Hey, Internet. It is me, Lyra. And we gonna go to the Sweeper BokGak. But honestly, I mean, I would say the interval was alright. Probably not the most. I'm looking forward to getting it just voice acted, but Ricardo Heathcliff should go right. Didn't pull for him, but I basically have anyone else in the middle team, so we can just support him. Sorry, the yellow harpoon did eat it. No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. But you can botch the cake. Woody rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. News came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after various incidents at the LCE. Residents all came from different backgrounds in parts of the city, but Anna's preparation for New Year seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. Began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... I think I can probably turn the game up slightly more. There you go, donkey. With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party. And thus it was decided. I mean, could you say no to the Kremlin?
아이 저번에도 크리스마스랍시고 뒷문까지 들어가서 난장판을 벌였었잖아.
You know, we love the back doors.
그때는 가져온 장식품으로 버스를 꾸미기만 했지 따로 뭘 하진 않았잖는가.
Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head.
아, 저는 이제 진짜 괜찮은데요.
이전에 본인이 난장을 좀 피운 것도 있고, 물론 본인은 아니었지만 이렇게 분위기를 환기하는 것이.
Yeah, just a nice party. Couldn't even begin to imagine her amnesic self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. I guess with memory came tact.
뭐
Character development, baby.
새해인데 기념할 하지 않나? 종소리를 딱 들어줘야 뭔가 넘어간 기분이 든단 말이지.
It's kind of wild to think how little time actually went on in Limbus Company canonically at this point. I mean, we gotta get closer to the funny date where half of the city will just perish, but yeah, I guess it's really not been that long, and I will see. I will get them. I will get all the Fanta.
다 같이 신년의 첫 해돋이를 보겠구려. 기념할 일이라고 보.
And you have a nice dream later. I will see if I can lurk a little bit and see beautiful art.
신년 전야의 국수는 제법 클래식하지.
모두들 이렇게 좋아해주니 본인의 가슴도 따뜻해지네. 성대하게 준비하겠네. 반짝반짝 폭죽도 잔뜩, 그리고 맛있는 것도.
Sorry, we don't have a budget for that. Best we can do is a pizza party.
그럼 다음 정차 예정은 언제지?
내 피는 앞으로 사흘은 달릴 거야. 빠른 도로에서 멈추는 바보는 없어.
Okay, but you know, at some points you need to take a leak, okay?
그렇다는군.
Achilles muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Oh no! Dawn!
내년에는 미리 사두겠네.
My poor Kremlin. And Kyoto's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rodia poured out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. I do want to see how much, like, snack she actually squirreled away at this point. I feel like this must be an unending supply. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, and retired to sleep. It's Songyan! I love the never-ending city. It's just like my Guild Wars, or like all my games where I just stranded in a Chinese city for like a year. There was a behemoth of structure. Beside its peasants, its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. To be fair, I feel like the walled city is kinda... I would want to live with, but it does make like such a cool setting. And I do like what Project Moon overall did with it.
H사인 것이요?
Was kind of why I like Shadowrun Hong Kong. Man, maybe I should... I've played through all the Shadowrun's games. But I do like Shadowrun. I jammed that system. And the video games are pretty good. But that's also me that first needs to finish like playing Arknights. Sinners began to voice the surprise. Probably so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building?
저게 통째로 둥지면 여긴 뒷골목이 어떻게 있는 거야? 저 정도면 H사가 관리하는 면적을 다 덮고도 남겠는데?
You know, the back streets are just part of it.
뭐 기대도 안 했어요. 바보 같은 소리를 하는 걸 보니 안내서는 손도 안 댄 거겠죠.
Okay, you know, Ishmael, I love your preparedness, but I feel like at this point, She should have already realized nobody's ever gonna read like any of her pamphlets or guides she would forward them.
설명하자면 저건 둥지가 아니에요. 저 건물 전체가 8구거든요.
H사에서는 홍원이라고 부른답니다. 건물의 중앙에는 둥지, 그 테두리로는 뒷골목이 있죠.
오우, 저 안에 그럼 바글바글 모이서.
I mean, it is
되는
compact.
곳에서?
그래도 뭐 비 맞을 걱정은 덜겠네.
You know, I still rather would want to have some sunlight than not having to worry about rain ever again.
어디? 본인도 좀 보겠네.
As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, steered awake from the late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn toward Honglu. I looked for signs of concern and distress on his face, worried. But there's my man, being Zen. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were consistently and terribly depressing.
막상 지내보면 생각만큼 나쁜 곳은 아니랍니다.
Yeah, you know, after the first or second assassination attempt, you just get used to it. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly relaxed smile, making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kinda like how Honglu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause. But actually, no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Honglu, more so than usual. It's babysitting time, yippee! The time comes for me to help him, as the manager. I give it my all. If I do overall like the general character progress of like Dante himself, it's not like he is still the most useful and he loves using his magic powers now, but you know, him slowly kinda going into the role is nice. Besides,
가까이서 보니까 생각보다 엄청 크잖아.
big heap.
이런 건 과거의 어떤 모험에서도 본 적이 없는 규모네만.
If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. Circle my thoughts and approach the sinners, who have flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. And there we are. That is such a small bus compared to this cube. Right, there was a lot of random combat. Okay, the order's wrong. We need to play a lot of gacha basically, trying to find the heath if we want. Or it's that easy. I know there's like at least 3 people on my friends list with this man. So overall we will just cope. Thief and Malt. He should be number 1 for sure. And I do have some wing bosses since you still can get like the currency from that
제게 맡기시죠.
interval from those stages I've heard, so that is neat. Maybe they should more often overlap their events in that case.
형님과 누님들을 위해
I guess I do actually need to think. I guess I can ping you as a 6th. It's something. Do we ping Vyosha as a 6th? Who else? What? I mean, I would like you bringing still currency. Actually thinking about it, I'm at 20, 40, 60. You should be point the list anyways, I'm sorry to tell you. Which only leaves us with a quagger. I guess we rather go with a Ryoshu for this.
개골바가지랑 거미
I guess we can have basically Wing backup,
내 작품.
and then there's Quagga,
살아서 돌아갈 수
the
있는
two outcasts of existence. Actually, this is... Did I fuck up? Couldn't I? There's only 6. Am I stupid? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess it's still wide. We also miss. Who do I want to bring then otherwise? Would he actually... I don't know the sin spreads. Fausta's like... You both have a skill too. Which is probably... Honestly, if we bring...
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
이 떨림.
This feels kinda vile. Okay.
4, 3, 1 시작.
Once we left the bus.
아이고. 결국에는 이리로 와서 내렸구만.
이런 건 H사에 정식으로 항의해야 한다고 봐요. 어째서 둥지 직통 고속도로 입구에서 그따위로 공사를 하고 있는 거죠?
I mean, you know, I feel like getting some walking is not hurting the sinners. They could use some cardio. It has been a bit since they had to, like, bicycle for the ship.
공사야 여러 이유가 있겠소만 멀찍이 주의 표지판이라도 해두어야 하지 않았는가 싶구려.
장군의 멋진 드리프트가 아니었으면 생각하기도 싫네. 이렇게 모험을 끝내는 건 상상조차 못해봤으니.
Man, imagine all of the sinners dying because of a car accident. Just as the floor of the city wilted. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls.
다행히 내부로 빠지는 도로가 있어서 망정이지. 아니었으면 카론이 후진하겠다는 걸 뜯어 말려야 했을걸. 대신 둥지까지 가려면 이 구비구비 골목 같은 곳을 지나야만 하겠지만.
It's so dark in here. We are greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of lights. I mean, at least there's still some light. I would imagine it would also be super busy on the streets, right? It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the backstreets of H Corp.
겉보기엔 꽤 화려했는데 뭐 사람 사는 것은 다 똑같네.
But they have some nice Chinese food.
그러게 익숙한 풍경이야. 진절머리 날 정도로. 이곳은 둥지까지도 이런 느낌인 건가?
아니요. 8구 뒷골목만의 풍경이라고 보시는 게 옳을 겁니다.
Thank you, Gesellschaft. Backstreets of this district were very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Seems all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. It kinda reminded me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4.
어? 뭐가? 저 사람들?
The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well.
전혀 아니야. 애초에 벌레 모양으로 통일된 것도 아니잖아, 관리자 양반.
You see, they're different. I mean, he's not wrong. But imagine Bakai shoes.
편견 없이 바라봐 준 건 고맙다고 할 수는 있겠네.
Yeah, we destroyed racism.
저건 89의 특징적인 치료법입니다.
아, 그 정체모를 푸르죽죽한 연고를 바르고 붕대를 감으면 다음날에 찢어진 피부가 낫는다는 소문의 진원지가 여기군요.
That's handy.
다소 부정확한 이야기가 될 수 있어 덧붙여드리자면 그것은 모두 H사의 특이점인 환을 활용하는 방법의 일부입니다.
Eat the bolus. I mean, come on. It works well for Lord Honglu.
환이요?
약재를 동그랗게 빚어낸 환약을 의미하는 것으로 보인다.
맞습니다. H사 홍원 생명공학 그룹에서는 치료의 정수가 담긴 환을 제조해서 내놓죠. 그 환을 그대로 섭취하거나 물에 개어 보의 형태로 바르거나 혹은 더 묽게 만들어 붕대에 물들인 후 감아 치료할 수도 있습니다.
Thank you. Very important lore.
아하, 그 소문들이 그렇게 만들어진 거였나요?
그런 거군요. 저는 치료법이라고 하시길래 그 K사가 떠올라서요.
See, it's just where we realized that even with all the taboos and everything, city is still full with bullshit.
K사의 초점은 상태의 회복에 맞춰져 있습니다. 본래의 상태로 돌아가는 방향성이죠. 89의 뒷골목은 제조된 환약을 가지고 거주민들이 저마다 발전시킨 비법 기술이 정착된 곳입니다. 피적용자의 개별 상태에 맞춘 치료가 아니라 보유한 비법 기술을 기반으로 상태를 개선하는 방식에 초점을 맞추고 있죠.
To be fair, from all I've seen, I rather we would want the Keycorp ampules compared to the boluses. I feel like the biggest drawback of the Keycorp ampules was just kinda the Keycorp like employees basically going numb to any wounds and stuff like that and hurting themselves, right? So they actually can use the ampules over every little thing. But like, as long as they don't become ampule chunky, basically, so much better to rely on than it's time for my bolus.
어떤 의미에서는 변화나 발전이라는 단어가 더 어울릴 수 있겠군요.
그럼 저분들은 저게 치료가 된 상태라는 말씀인가요?
The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt. As none of them are bleeding or walking with a limp, but you really should not just point at people in public. Many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts.
아, 저분들은 단골이시네요.
Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Assor, but from Honglu. And Honglu knows about his home? Evaculas?
네, 어릴 적에 들은 적이 있어요. 의료원의 신비한 치료에 익숙해져서 시도 때도 없이 드나드는 사람들. 단골이 된 사람들은 다른 분들보다 겉보기에는 더 강해 보이지만 점차 부작용이 쌓여가다가 이상하게 변해버린다고 하더라고요.
Man, honestly, at that point, go all in and hope you just develop some super cool mutation that actually helps.
제게가 전혀 다른 시술을 다수 적용한다면 시술 간의 충돌이 발생할 확률은 높을 수밖에 없다.
생명보험을 들지 않으신 분들이 저렴하게 이용하는 경우도 많을 테니까요.
Yeah, you might forever have all those weird growths on your right arm, but at least you still have a right arm.
생명 보험 말인가?
네, 그 보험 특약에는 사망 시에 되살아난다는 조항도 포함되어 있거든요.
It's fine. You can also just, get a nice backup body. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. I mean, yeah, that's very common knowledge. I guess it's slight foreshadowing what they're gonna do in the next Kando already with... I guess resurrection itself was pretty big part.
생명보험을 통해 되살아나는 것은 머리가 금기로 설정한 부활의 범위에 해당하지 않습니다.
온전한 부활이 아닌 풍화를 감안한 뇌의 소생. 아마도 그렇게 판단하고 있을 테죠.
Yeah, you know, we're just healing one organ here.
관리자님이 시계를 돌리는 것과 달리 생명보험은 뇌가 온전하지 않다면 되살아날 수 없다는 치명적인 약점이 있습니다. 거기에 뇌 안의 정보가 전달되는 과정에서 꽤 많은 누락이 발생하죠.
That just means I can play to Lobotomy Corp for the first time again. Let's fucking go. Give me those boluses.
누락. 그렇다면 저들 중 몇몇의 외관은 치료의 부작용 때문이 아닐 수도 있겠네요.
그럴 수도 있겠지만 보통 한두 번의 복구 시술로 저렇게 변하지는 않는다고 들었어요. 뒷골목에 사는 분들한테는 보험 갱신 비용이 어마어마하다고 했으니까. 만약 보험에 가입한 분들이 모두 저렇게 안타까운 모습이 된다면 아마 아무도 보험에 들지 않겠죠?
You know, that's true.
그래. 잘나신 분들이 보기엔 저들의 처지가 처량하고 안타까워 보이시나? 곧 비슷한 처지가 될 테니 너무 연민을 느끼진 않았으면 좋겠군.
That's one way of an opener.
정체를 밝혀라.
The stranger's voice cut into our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You know, instead of like cutting into our conversation, you should have just started with a good punch.
그 상판을 보니 잘나신 가시 가문의 도련님이 맞는 모양이군.
통로 아는 사람들이야?
His biggest fans.
아니요. 뒷골목 분들과는 인연이 없는 편이었던 터라 다 처음 보는 분들이네요.
안에서도 밖에서도 신선 노름하시느라 바쁘셨을 테니 우리 같은 놈들은 모르는 게 당연하겠지.
Right? You cannot play it on the man, okay?
상관없다. 어차피 의뢰대로 가조심사에 제출할 물건을 빼앗으면 그만이니까.
All I thought was this cake.
가주 심사라니 뭔가 오해가 있는 모양인데요.
머릿수는 제법 되어 보이는데 야, 시작부터 참...
Sorry, we needed combat.
아니, 떼거리로 몰려들어 두드려 패는 건 우리 사무소의 도리에 어긋나지.
If we're actually in office, well, you are just some fucks, I'm sorry to tell you.
사무소의 삼남, 삼삼이 가시 가문의 가보께 결투를 신청한다.
But why did you think they had an actually chance here, though?
방식은 승자가 상대에게 원하는 것을 취하는 것으로 하지.
Okay, we're gonna steal your soul.
결투라면
Well, Don was never happier.
동부의 쉔크 옆에 나리들은 장금을 던지는 대신 자신의 소속과 이름을 외치는 것으로 결투를 신청한다더군. 삼도기 사무소는 말단 중 말단이긴 해도 어찌되었든 제대로 된 해결사 사무소. 저거는 진짜 맥이 결투 신청이라네.
Maybe getting the BokGak was just worth it for this one voice line. Jesus Christ. That was one hell of a year, but that probably does work a lot better in Korean than in English. Also, I think is this like the only time like in the main story Sync East gets mentioned? But hey, at least she got her cool ID.
그러니까 그냥 1대1로 붙자는 거 아니야?
Exactly. 1v1 me, final destination with Oni. Let's go. I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust?
네. 홍루 씨가 패배할 정도의 실력자로는 보이지 않네요.
문제 없을 것 같아요. 다녀올게요, 단테님.
Yeah, no problem. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but you know, you just in case?
괜찮아요. 결투라면 어렸을 때 10번 정도는 해왔거든요.
Yeah, I've done 10. I've basically end the Duelist Master now. You should see my Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
꼴의 명문 출신이라고 몇 번 경험한 적은 있는 모양이다만.
Yeah, I just don't get how. Wouldn't you expect that somebody of his family and lineage would be just decked out in one or another way to self-defend and be great in a duel?
아, 오해가 있는 것 같네요. 하루에 10번이랍니다. 아, 아니다. 가끔 할머니가 빼주시기도 했으니 실제로는 조금 더 적으려나요?
Yippee, thank you, Grandma.
뭐라고?
님버스 컴퍼니의 홍루. 아니,
His time has cometh.
가시 가문의 보호기 결투를 받아들입니다.
Hongnu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side.
안 오시나요?
Man is scared.
아, 먼저 들어오시면 된답니다. 저는 항상 누르고 시작했거든요.
Yeah, you know, it's easier to go with the counter.
몰라? 그 오만한 태도가 니놈의 명줄을 재촉할 것이다.
Okay, show me what you got. The man who introduced himself as Shan Shan leaped toward Honglu. Then after about a minute...
말도 안 되는.
He did eat some dirt. I also love just... honestly, all of the expressions are great. I love this man. Unlike Shan Shan, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll to a garden. Whenever Shan Shan threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the first only grazing his claws. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until the one blink and you'll miss it moment. Realized that Shan Shan was already face down on the ground, defeated.
홍록은 평소에 전력을 숨기고 있던 것인가?
I mean, I guess different skill set with abilities and everything, and 1v1ing someone.
저는 항상 최선을 다해 싸워왔다고 생각하는데요.
하지만 한 대도 맞지 않고 이기는 건 격이 다르잖은가.
Well, I guess he also probably was very aware about the technique, right? Something like that.
하지만 이전에 싸울 때는 싸우는 지역도 제각각이었고 무기도 심지어 상대도 예측이 안 되는 분들이었는걸요.
파회. 내놈. 저 머저리의 기술을 이미 알고 있었나?
She is actually using a lot of words.
네. 비무 선생님 중에 비슷한 기술을 쓰는 분이 계셨거든요. 여러분들도 매일같이 해야 하는 일엔 노하우라는 게 생기시잖아요? 비슷한 거랍니다.
그거랑 이게 같은 건가 싶긴 한데.
I mean, see, we needed this explanation why otherwise Honglu is not that much more worth in combat. But this once, he was great because he knows the truth of karate.
그래서 결투에서 진 거 같은데 이만 비켜주지 그래. 되도록 지금 우리가 예상하는 그렇고 그런 짓은 하지 않았으면 좋겠는데. 계약 사무소에 공증도 없었고 여기서 물러났다간 의뢰인이 가만히 있지 않겠지. 멋들하는 거냐? 때로 덤벼들어.
I thought you were an honorable office.
비리멸렬.
매일같이 걸리는 이런 시비에는 노하우가 생기는 것 같기도 하고.
I mean, that's also a skill set that is great to have. With the bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. And it's time to pass win bait. No, not even totally.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날에
No, that is beautiful. What can I say?
재밌겠는데?
얼마나지? 그 정도.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 발렛 브레이크 슬램!
Pretty strong. You know,
반쯤 죽여버려.
to be fair, I think
그게 체격이.
enemies at this point were not ready yet for the power creep we would experience over here. It was just the evil start.
끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
영감이 떠올랐어.
I wonder if I guess once, depending on how much wing currency I get, if I don't need to like max wing too much, we could get some more envy focused IDs for sure. Maybe especially for the Ricardo fight. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to that part of this at this point.
좋아. 이번엔
I mean,
제대로 들어가.
basically the intro of this intervallo, I mean, all this intervallo was basically just prologue for Honglu's Kando. But like, the first half really is just basically setup of Hongyang, so you know the setting. So we going through it is like not the most amazing thing.
그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
She's yepper.
이거부터 이 모양이면 앞으로도 고생길이 너무 훤한데.
Honestly, I would say it was quite easy.
몸 좀 덮였다는 점에선 나쁘지 않았을지도 모르겠네.
There's literally some training dummies that hit harder, okay?
이게 그렇게 퉁칠 문제인가요?
Schmelz weit. Während hier everyday fucks who pick fights with random people for no good reason. We're contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. You've now opened the whereabout their intent, calling it a contract. It doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for a subtlety. Then maybe this is what Chiek Shun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs?
누군진 모르겠지만 홍루 씨에게 원한이라도 있는 것 같은데요.
I mean, must be only a small amount of suspects, right?
이런 전투가 몇 차례 더 벌어질 수도 있다는 거군.
그래도 잘 이겨냈다네.
그게 문제가 아니다. 잘 생각해 보도록.
Seems like they are assuming that Honglu thought something here in order to participate in that family hierarch evaluation. And there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. We're going to try again to take out the competition.
역시 관리자님다운 정확한 통찰이십니다.
I am just the smartest, what can I say?
오늘의 아첨은 좀 뻔한 맛이 있네, 오티스 씨.
Okay, why even bring it up?
잘한 것을 칭찬하는 것이 언제부터 아첨이었지? 니놈들도 뭘 잘했을 때는
Yeah, you know, she just wanted to make Dante feel smart.
쓸데없는 잡담이 길군. 기다려주다가 목이 빠지겠어.
You're waiting? You're waiting on a bus?
회사도 이런 마찰을 예상했는지 사람을 보냈더군.
We heard voices coming from behind us. Whomever Chilius pointed.
나 참
여전히 오래 걸리시는 분들이시네요.
You know, sticking to the plan is boring.
원래 이야기된 장소도 아니고 갑자기 뒷골목으로 호출해서 당황했지 뭐예요.
Familiar voice. A voice we could not forget.
오랜만이에요, 여러분.
Yippee. Hi, Sorda. Yeah, it's time for you to earn your promotion.
저도 있습니다.
We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. You know, when it's voiced like that, there's maybe slightly less mystery of whose voice it actually is.
저기 해결사님들 너무 억울한 표정 짓지 마시죠. 당신들이 방심해서 진 게 아니라 제가 졸라 세서 이긴 거거든요.
Honestly, some nice rewards.
월간 해결사들에 나온 주목해야
I think we need like only one more stage and I can get the announcer. Honestly, cause I could have already have it if I did not go for some boxes. I will get the boxes. E-guide.
소드 씨?
그리고 파일럿 씨였나요?
You're still alive.
왜들 그러시나요? 귀신이라도 본 것 같은 표정이 나고. 파일럿? 저번에 내 얘기를 했다고 하지 않았나요?
Honestly, I've kind of forgotten what was even the last time we actually saw them before that.
했습니다. 똑똑히 기억합니다.
들었지? 살았다고.
With Happy Quagger. So that each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to plume with relieved smiles.
뭐 여전해 보여서 좋네요, 다들.
There's still some goopers. Sorta. We are so glad to see you okay.
당신도 여전히 잘 째깍거리는 것 같고요.
What a greeting. Sorta smiled with a familiar grin. They did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example.
분명 진급을 했다고 들었던 것으로 기억하는데. 우선 축하하지.
네.
You're now important in the business. It's time to pronounce you. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes.
진급할 정도로 능력을 인정받은 것을 축하한 것인데 문제라도 있나?
Yeah, just ignore that maybe somebody else died.
알잖아. 그 진급이 뭘 의미하는지.
아주 의미가 깊지. 손에 피를 묻히지 않고 이루어진 진급에 의미가 있나?
Exactly.
당신 참.
반대로 묻지. 주변에 사내같이 니놈 같은 반응만 보이며 쉬쉬하면 저자는 누구에게 그나마의 인정과 위로를 받겠나?
I mean, that's also true. Like, just ignoring the elephant in the room is not gonna help you.
쉬쉬만 했으면 다행이죠. 동료의 목숨을 팔아다가 계급과 맞바꿨다는 소리도 수근수근 들렸으니까.
Aw, okay, that is kind of very mean.
그런 점에서는 고맙네요, 오티스 씨. 사실 저도 엄밀히 말하면 뇌만 빼고 한 번 죽었다가 살아난 거죠. 제 뇌가 터졌다면 K사의 앰플러도 수복할 수 없었을 테니까요.
Yippee! How fortunate of us.
그럼 에피 씨도
에피에게 제일 먼저 의체가 쑤셔 넣어진 쪽이 머리 쪽이었다고 하더라고요.
Satch.
검시관이.
K사 앰플도 생명보험도 뇌가 손상된 피보험자까지 복구할 수는 없다고 했던가요?
If only there was a way.
그런 거죠.
See, that is the best outlook in life. Your coworker died, it's what it is.
자자, 괜히 오래간만에 만나서 우울한 소리는 그만하자고요.
Exactly, we have a job to do.
일하러 왔으면 일을 해야죠. 일 이야기로 넘어가요. 파일럿?
아, 네.
He was not prepared.
제가 말입니다. 우연한 기회에 가시 가문의 관계자를 알게 됐습니다. 그래서 데려왔습니다.
그게
Hey, they were under time pressure here.
끝입니다.
Just as everyone was wheeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had in the pleasure of sitting through. Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sorte.
소드 씨, 자세한 설명을 부탁드려도 될까요?
육하 원칙의 중요도를 교육할 필요성이 느껴지는 발언이었다.
Okay, what are the 5 W's and 1 H?
돌아가면 이야기할 게 많겠네요. 파일럿.
저 뭔가 잘못한 겁니까?
You were very concise, maybe a bit too concise.
파일럿이 조용히 있어. 그래야 조금이라도 덜 혼날 테니까.
I quickly leaned in to warn Pilot. I was likely too late. Now a unnoticeable squeeze had already formed between Sorte's paws.
다음 중요 작전이 시작되기 전에 H사의 관계자를 찾아야 했어요. 당연히 사전 관측과인 저희가 투입되었고 그중 누군가와 접선에 성공했답니다.
아, 저희 가문의 사람인가요?
아니요. 사실 그쪽이 쉽지 않았던 터라 시간을 낭비하던 와중에
Yeah, turns out nobody likes you.
다른 접근 방식으로 확보한 인적 자원이에요. 그래서 칭찬도 많이 했는데 협력자는 한때 가시 가문에서 일했지만 현재는 가문에서 나와 숙박 사업을 하고 있는
Let's go
분입니다.
free lodging.
그렇다면 가문 내부의 정쟁에서 멀어졌겠군. 우리에게 달려드는 자들과 다르게 확실한 보조가 될 것이고.
Exactly.
네. 그럼에도 가문 사람들에게 호의적이라고 파일럿에게 보고받았죠.
Man, I guess I feel like it's a bit surprising. I feel like in the city or something you would most of the time just hate your old working place. You probably would also hate your current working place.
가문을 나섰으나 받은 은혜가 있는데 어찌 그렇지 않겠소?
A familiar voice butted in the conversation, as though to continue Taurus' explanations.
보옥도련님의 친구분들을 뵙습니다. 소인 경도라 합니다.
He greeted us in the most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in odd motion. Oh, this is how people greet each other here.
폭언 지뢰라고 한답니다. 저희에게 적의가 없음을 예를 갖추어 보여주는 거죠.
기사들이 악수를 청하는 이유도 그와 같다고 했네. 과연 기사의 도를 가진 자로군.
You did shake my hands. We have very low standards.
과연 도련님의 일행분들이 어떤 분이실까 걱정했는데 서부의 지식에 능통한 분들이었군요. 소인의 미천한 지식에 자그마한 물기를 터주시니 감복할 따름입니다.
Yeah, you can learn so much from us. Something feels familiar about this.
아니야. 요새는 좀 더 간결한 방식이지. 저 사람은 너무 말이 화려하지. 그치?
Oh, we brought the bootlegging up earlier just to compare them. Okay, I get it. That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much. He is practicing still, okay?
무슨 말씀을 하시는 건가요? 시계가 똑딱이는 소리만으로도 소통한다니 소인 이미 알고 있는 사실이었으나
Yeah, it's so amazing. I wish I would speak clock.
일이 눈앞에서 보니 참으로 신통방통하군요. 짧은 여로지만 심심할 일은 없을 것 같소이다.
뭔가 매기는 맛이 있는 건 비슷하달까?
설마 지금 내 이야기를 하는 거냐, 네 놈은?
She's not wrong. Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Mother shook her head with clear disdain and strode toward me.
비슷하다니. 오해심이다, 관리자.
Yeah, she is very sincere and only wants the best for me.
저는 저런 미사여구만 가득한 쓸개 빠진 칭찬을 한 적이 단 한 번도.
자세한 안내는 그쪽에서 해주실 거예요. 그럼 저희는
Tori fell silent, eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us.
드디어 만나 뵙게 되네요. 붉은 시선님.
Ask for an autograph.
뵙고 싶었는데. 에피도.
Sag.
과장님.
Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction.
소두 과장, 이렇게 오래 잡혀 있을 이유는 없지 않나. 그쪽의 일을 돕는 것도 개의치 않는 일인데 빨리 치우고 싶을 뿐이다만.
He warns us back to his bus.
감격스러운 첫 협업인데 시간을 조금만 더 써주시죠.
일을 돕는다고? 길잡이 양반이?
네, 아쉽게도 이번엔 여러분이 아니라 붉은 시선께서 LCC의 업무를 저희와 함께 처리하기로 예정되어서요.
I still wonder what the hell did like Virgilius actually do all this time in Hongyan? What the hell was he fighting that he was injured when the whole House of Spiders thing happened? Like how? My man.
내 피 타고 다녀올 거야. 부릉부릉.
아쉬운 게 아닌가? 생각해보면 여러분과 함께했던 임무는 항상 동생끼리였던 것 같기도.
Yeah, now you're finally rid of us.
그때는 말이야.
You were new to this job. It was our first day of work, okay?
언제나 그랬듯 농담이랍니다. 기회가 있으면 또 함께 일하겠죠.
과장님, 저희 이제 시간이 간당간당합니다.
아니, 가기 전에 설명이 한 번쯤 필요하지 않나요? 베르길리우스 씨.
자세한 건 파우스터 씨에게 맡기지.
Okay.
바빠서.
Thank you, Gesellschaft.
그렇게 하죠.
Virgilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression.
또 언젠가 봐요.
다음에는 저도 한 사람 몫을 한다는 걸 보여드릴 겁니다. 저번에는 너무 볼썽사나웠어서.
파일럿, 그런 건 말보다 행동으로 보여주는 게 더 멋진 법이랍니다.
Sergeant Pite gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell.
그럼 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Maybe we are simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. What a trustworthy man, isn't it? It's time to get ambushed. Yippee! Well, here we go again, baby. Oh right. Honestly, this is a smaller threat. This way I won't forget that Heathcliff needs the support. If only there was an easier way. That's not the best man I can get, but it's one man I can get, so that's a go.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Die Wisse and ought to be washed away. I guess I don't need to wash. Is this actually singing though? I just take it.
이쪽으로 가는 게 맞나요? 아까부터 이상한 노래도 들리고.
Excuse me? That's kind of pretty, to be honest.
가도에는 도련님을 노리는 자가 지천이니 아무래도 평범한 길로 다닐 수는 없는 법이죠.
Like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deep into the dark alleys. They did not expect us to actually go the dangerous route. Lack of food felt they could normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment.
그리고 저건 뒷골목에선 몇 개월 전부터 돌고 있는 노래입니다.
Prophecies have spoken.
유명한 노래치곤 가사가 좀 으스스한데.
어느 날부터인가 사람들이 하나둘 부르기 시작했는데 멸문한 공가에서 여기서 말하는 자리가 좋지 않아요. 기회가 되면 말씀드리리다.
It's just how happy we'll be once we get rid of all the nobles and eat the rich.
그런 노래도 있었군요.
홍루 씨도 처음 들어보는 노래인가요?
귀하게 자란 도련님이면 뒷골목은 처음 와봤을 테니까 이런 노래도 처음인 거겠지.
So it's a recent banger, okay?
뒷골목에 처음 와본 건 아니지만 히스클리프 씨의 말도 틀린 건 아니에요. 저는 대부분의 시간을 제 방에서 보냈으니까요.
To be fair, you know, kinda understandable if everybody wants you dead.
그건 도련님께서 그만큼 귀한 분이시기 때문이지 않습니까? 가장 비싸고 반짝이는 옥을 본체 가장 깊은 곳, 아무도 닿지 않는 곳에 숨겨두는 것처럼 말이지요.
I love getting objectified. Yippee.
내가
How did she never realize?
최근에는 덜하긴 했어.
That guy used to work for the Chia family, huh? You know him, Honglu?
네?
도련님? 어찌 얼굴을 그리 살피시?
Might be hard to remember with having like hundreds of employees and servants. Honglu stopped himself as though a thought finished in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then,
아무것도 아니에요. 저희는 계속 이쪽으로 걸으면 될까요?
exactly.
그러합니다. 소인 이 근방의 지리에는 달통하니 걱정치 마시게.
Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Would you be suspicious of something?
조심해서 나쁠 건 없겠죠. 협력자라고 하지만 임시니까요.
That is true.
파일럿이라는 놈이 말하는 꼴을 봐선 충분히 의심해야 할 필요는 있겠지.
But he's just a friendly guy, forcing Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking first the burning question. So what was it about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out?
워더링 하이츠에서 있었던 일의 후속 조치입니다.
Well, he was a B1 for that though.
사측과 계약했던 중대한 사항을 위반했으니 그에 대한 책임을 지는 중이라고 보시면 되겠군요.
But what if that was what the flow of the city wanted to have? I mean, we would have not had a chance without him. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. It has been such a long time. It's basically been fucking 2 years, isn't it? Jesus Christ. That's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle.
어? 그때 그 일 때문에 그 인간이 끌려가는 거라고?
귀빈분들께서 무슨 일이라도 있으신지?
아무것도 아니에요. 그치 로슈?
Yeah. This. No.
덜 떨어진 것. 메르소, 우리 히스가 좀 피곤한 것 같은데
예,
받아줄 수 있지?
He's just exhausted from the walking.
문제 없다.
Heathcliff punched in the gutter by the hilt of Yosha's sword, fell forward wide on him as Thor's welcoming shoulder. 어디야?
나는 비밀 이야기하는데 눈치 없이 목소리 커지는 사람은 싫더라. 단테도 그렇지?
Exactly. Yep. Don't get also knocked out. Nodded enthusiastically. Something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but...
이번 일은 로자 씨와 류슈 씨의 판단이 옳습니다. 부회자에게 회사의 기밀한 건을 들리게 할 수는 없으니까요.
Yeah, they're gonna sell our secrets, and then more people are gonna go for the golden boss.
생각해보면 예전에 버스에서도 손 안 들고 질문해서 꽤 오래 기절했었죠. 어째 눈치가 늘지를 않네요.
Okay, you know, the raising hands is just like a waste of time.
살상을 벌인 것도 아니니 괜찮은 보안 정책이라고 생각한다.
나 잘했지?
I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now.
별일이 아니라면 다행입니다만 송구스럽게도 곧 별일이 벌어질 것 같아 걱정이기도 합니다.
I stopped and looked around, realizing that we are surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands.
이쪽으로 가면 습격은 없다면서.
You were kinda annoyed and everything, all things considered, I think.
꽤 많은 습격은 피했으리라 생각합니다만 몇몇 눈치 빠른 자들이 꼬리를 밟은 건 통탄스럽지만 어쩔 수 없겠죠.
젠장, 그걸 방지하는 게 니놈의 협력을 구한 이유 아니었나?
That is why we should also just punch him in the guts.
잘잘못은 조금 있다가 따지죠. 우선 빠짐없이 쓰러뜨리는 게 우선일 것 같아요.
Okay, it's time to ask for a hair pause.
저들이 외부에 퍼뜨리지 않게 해야 한다.
맞아. 근데 말이야 경도 씨, 지금 슬금슬금 어디 가는 거야?
소인이 전투에는 영 소질이 없어 잠시 뒤로 물러나려 합니다. 그래도 도련님과 귀빈분들이 강하시니.
Thank you. He has like no trust in us. I hope he got like cash up front at least. Ringtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Oh, is there anything you can tell us about these enemies?
네. 하지만 계절 샤파트를 거치지 않아도 저들과 협상의 여지가 없다는 건 알 것 같군요.
Oh.
옵니다.
Time to punch. A sword, wake Heathcliff up and set him down.
알겠습니다.
You know, it will be sad to maybe not have him for a bit next Kando. He is a good old reliable.
왜? 쌈 구경 시켜준다는데 뭐 안 볼 필요 없잖아. 그 독방에
There we go.
할 것도 없고.
Wait, that's not my full resonance. Man, you playing the game. I stooped low. Does it actually matter? Probably not.
이항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 발렛 브레이크 슬램!
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 세겨주지.
Exactly. Did Ricardo make you proud, Ricardo?
아까는 썰려니까 찌르더니. 니들 머리
Oh, getting that on post is sad. Okay, let's just run it like this. To be fair, I feel like middle team becomes a lot more useful during action focused encounter instead of unfocused ones.
감지였는데. 그걸로 제가 방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Ooh, excuse me, I don't know why I'm so tired again. I guess I didn't sleep too well, all things considered. Yeah. But what is E? if not for the weak.
한쌍의 상황을 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
보여드려야겠군요.
예술적이네요.
예술을.
Let's go.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
너희 너무
You know, when she takes the clothes off, it has become real. Like I said, I hate seeing all the other posts. So here we go.
내가 왔다.
내가 봤습니다.
Man, it fills my heart with at least some happiness seeing 2-star IDs at least somewhat being useful. But I feel like 2-star IDs are also really on their last legs at this point of what are useful and getting replaced. I guess we still have the kinda... What do we have? We have 2-star Ring Otis, but honestly I already do not really bring her. But she's some tech. We have like multi-crack Heathcliff, but you know, we have gotten a better charge Heathcliff at this point, and we've gotten an envy resonance Heathcliff. I guess we have Butler Powers, which is still some niches, I would say. Who are the things are like the most noteworthy 2-star IDs we have? I feel like there would be no harm in picking at least some back, like not every banner would need to have them or anything like that. I do get that they make a lot less money. Honestly, what you should be doing is whenever we get like an event going, you could just make the welfare ID be a 2-star ID. Just keep the clashing as high. I feel like they always already are kind of a bit more underwhelming. Like the so wing student we've gotten and stuff like that. So like keep them at the same numbers, but make them a 2-star ID so it's at least a bit cheaper for new players to build them, I would say. And then maybe once the event is over already put them into a pool of IDs to get or something. I don't know. To be fair, I guess new players should not have a problem to get. I dropped my pen and disappeared into the... No! Also, you know, everything from the abyss shall return to the abyss one day. I hope you can find the pen. And I don't mean the pen from Arknight's Anfield, but your cool pen. Time my damnedest. Go, OC, go! You got this! But yeah, those pens are so easy to misplace. Honestly, part of the reason why I would say these days I keep kinda mostly clean desk, but my drawing tablet pen is always on my desk at all times. I'm seeing it right now because otherwise I would also never find it in my hole of abyss. I just had it. I see. Yeah, I think then you should be able to find it. I believe in you. Our collaborator would have been hiding far from the battle, quickly went up to our side as soon as the fight ended.
도련님, 몸은 괜찮으십니까?
Yes, all thanks to your help. All thanks to you.
그럼요. 말짱하답니다.
Amazing.
과연 귀빈분들도 뛰어나신 무공을 지니고 계시지만 그 중에서도 도련님의 거동이 가장 빛나셨습니다.
Been searching for 10 minutes. Now I've been thinking about it. Might be second on my desk happens. Wish me luck. Good luck. Also, you know, if you need somebody under your desk, you know who to call.
소인 감탄을 금치 못했습니다. 도련님께서 이렇게나 무예를 단련하셨을 줄이야.
Yeah, you know, keep glazing. It makes you so much more trustworthy with a smile like that.
가시 가문 사람들은 어릴 적부터 어마어마한 훈련을 한다면서요.
그야 가문을 떠나신 이후로는 수련하지 않으셨을 수 있다고 생각했으니.
Oh no, see, he has been in the Mirror Dungeon mines.
그런데 저희가 여기 있는 건 어떻게 알아차린 걸까요?
아, 그건 말입니다만 아무래도 뒤를 밟힌 게 아닌
It
것
was
같습니다.
a coincidence.
본래 이 뒷골목에 털을 잡은 이들이 도련님의 조난을 알아채고 덤벼든 것이 아닐까 하는 생각이 듭니다.
I mean, I guess we would kind of stick out very much already, right?
제 얼굴이 그렇게까지 잘 알려져 있진 않을 것 같은데요.
Maybe you are.
가주 선발의 기일이 얼마 남지 않은 지금 가문 어르신들의 사랑을 한 몸에 받는 도련님의 얼굴을 모르는 이가 이 홍원 바닥에 있을 리가 없지 않습니까?
Actually, how would they do? It's not like they podcast this man's face everywhere.
필시 귀한 것을 가지고 있을 것이라 생각해 습격하는 것일 테죠.
But what if the great treasure were the friends we made along the way? Probably Hyrek. Didn't Jiakshun say something about heirs back then?
다들 잘못 짚으셨네요. 저는 어르신들이 원하는 귀한 것은 하나도 가지고 오지 않았거든요.
도련님은 역시 여전히?
저는 그런 것에 도통 관심이 없어서요.
Yeah, you know, we have other jobs to do. We're just here to get some nice plant. We're gonna need to garden a bit in the future, you see.
다른 형제 자매들이 저보다 훨씬 가주에 걸맞기도 하고요.
그럴 수가. 아니, 그것은 참으로 다행이군요.
다행인 것이요?
그야 가주 선발에 참가하는 건 상당히 위험한 일이니 아무래도 참가하지 않으시는 편이 마음이 놓이지 않겠소이까?
I guess it could be a relief, sort of.
하나 처리했으니 이제 당분간은 괜찮겠지?
Or, you know, this Intervallo can pack so many combat encounters. Slaps the Intervallo.
불안하게 그런 말은 왜 하는 거야? 그래?
I think about it.
료슈 씨까지 웃으니까 뭔가 불안한데요.
I told you not to worry about it.
걱정 마시지요. 더 으슥한 길로 갈 테니 도착 전까진 편히 갈 수 있을 것이다.
Well, sorry. I really don't know why I'm so eepy. I hope I don't get sick. That would be sad. Maybe... How much energy drink is like a healthy amount of energy drink to drink? Asking for a friend?
이렇게 습격받기 좋은 곳이.
I probably shouldn't. I already had like 1 can of energy drink today. Now I had fully 1 can of energy drink today. To be fair, I think I am developing an energy drink addiction slowly but surely. Honestly, I kinda would need a week of just accepting me being EP and getting rid of that. This wasn't bother.
홍원의 구조라는 것이 다른 지역과는 사뭇 다르기에.
우선은
I mean, to be fair, how the hell would you navigate with a guide to the city? Alder shut her eyes for a moment, out of her thoughts, then turned to look at Ishmael.
어이, 이스마엘. 분명히 또 어딘가에서 이곳에 팜플렛을 손에 넣었겠지?
Yeah, do they have a map on that?
설마 하나 달라는 건가요?
Nah.
그건 말고 질문할 이유가 있나?
It's time for paper planes.
아니, 1년이 다 되게 말을 안 듣다가 이렇게 확 들어오면 아무래도 좀 놀라죠. 이제야.
쓸데없는 감상만 늘어놓을 거라면 내가 알아서 정보를
No! Let's give her the map.
여기 있어요.
What is home? The pamphlet began intently clearing its text. I saw she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows.
마침내 돌아왔구나.
Man, swear to have so many clear rewards.
혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지
This is
완벽해지질 않아.
honestly, I don't think they can keep up with always doing this. I mean, I would love if Project Moon actually could have a slightly faster update interval. But it's kinda nice to earn currency of both events. And also the sweeper's time. I think I would get a headache if I listened to this. Is there a 6-7 somewhere in there? This is very important to me. Oh. Now, do I actually go with some sweepers? Or do we keep our middle ramblings going? I can find a 6-7 somewhere, right? I wonder if you... I guess we have to... I wonder if you can translate this, but I guess we know what you're saying. There has to be 6... This is not integral to this to be... There must be 6-7 somewhere. No? I for once want to stoop low, and then you're not giving it to me? Am I going insane? No, there's a 97, that's like nice. Okay, I don't think I could bear listening to them like long term though. It might be that I'm slightly sick. But yeah. That's a long number, baby. No, we will get there. We'll get there. There's so many 7s here, my man. So many 7s. I'm slowly losing hope, guys. Not even 1-7. I might need to make it big and also look for T or something. But first, what the hell did he do there? Oh, okay, it's a funky echo effect. I feel like I'm going insane. They had to at least have 1-6-7. There's an 8-7. There's a 7-7. Okay, I give up. I could not find a 6-7. Do they have any cool dialogue here? Because I don't think I really actually equipped them. I guess I really wish there would be a bit less filter going on. But yeah, we're gonna stick with this. Satch, but yeah, I don't think I can endure that right now. Actually, I will take a like quick break and will make hot water so I can make tea. I'll be right back. I guess I will make like 1 minute of ads. Enjoy. Okay, I'm back. That's... How many more? Okay, I guess I still need a lot of this currency. We still might slightly change up our team later on. Let's go to the stages. Sorry. Guess after one note... Oh, right. I did also scenes. I'm genius. At least you did hear my microphone. Otherwise it would have been very funny. Let's do like one note and then I grab my hot water. We need Heathcliff once more. But I wish there was some easy way. We got a cool UI and everything. You would think they would have made it easier, hell yeah, baby. There we go then. Let's just send it. I keep thinking. I do want the multi-crack fast. I'm not sure who else we would want for envy vessels actually. I guess you could make a case for like Wendy or Hong Lu. Or yeah, I think maybe. But we were on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies.
야, 이 앞으로는 편할 거라면서 이게 뭔데?
We needed enemies.
도련님의 빛나는 얼굴을 알아버린 탓에
인적 없는 곳으로 들어온 거 아니었나요?
And but desperate fast.
사람이 더 많은 것 같은데요.
말씀드렸듯 도련님의
변명할 거면 좀 레퍼토리라도 다양하게 하세요.
No.
습격한 자들의 소속이 모두 다른 것을 보아 이자가 마냥 거짓을 고하는 건 아닌 것 같습니다만.
All displayed with the pamphlet in her hand. Very frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete.
어딘가에 소속되지도 않은 사람들이 가시 가문의 일원을 습격한다니. 요즘 뒷골목 분들은 굉장히 과감해지셨네요. 예전에는 지나갈 때마다 엎드려 계셔서 얼굴 보기도 힘들었는데.
Pira desperate, okay?
다행이네요.
Yay! They're seizing opportunities for themselves.
얼마 지나지 않아 객잔에 도착할 테니 괜찮소이다.
Yippee! A good bet is always nice. Our guide seems slightly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. I mean, we have kind of proven that we can handle ourselves. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or?
그러고 보니 아까부터 객잔 하는데 객잔이 뭔데?
Is it actually an actual thing? I think I never looked. Is Kassan a thing? What does the name Kassan mean? I guess it's a name, but
일종의 숙박업소입니다.
I love my generic lodging.
숙박? 그럼 호텔? 꽤 좋은 곳이겠네? 막 워프 열차 때처럼 웰컴 푸드 같은 것도 주는 거 아니야?
Most important thing, there's like only one character trait Vodion has other than not being special, and that is goddamn snacks, baby.
그것까진 모르겠지만 객잔은 보통 술이랑 음식도 같이
I
파는
mean,
것 같아요.
booze? Now we're talking.
식사는 할 수 있을지도 모르겠네요.
거기에서는 이렇게 덤벼드는 놈들은 없는 거야?
간의 불가침. 당연히 주거지 내부에서의 싸움은 홍원에서도 이 구역, 이 층계만의 금기이지요.
Yay! The mutual acts of violence. I guess it's only really this part, like, was no problem in the building of like Honglu's parents with the zombies and stuff like that.
금기. 그나마 한시름 놓겠구려.
I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she just had heard the most ridiculous thing. I guess I'll ask her about it later.
나 참 가주인지 당주인지 선발할 거라면 그때나 치고받고 할 것이지.
I need to get the competition out easily.
그때가 되면 늦으니까요.
응? 늦는다고?
네. 가주 후보라면 모두 대단히 귀중한 걸 가져왔을 거예요. 자신이 가져온 게 제일 귀중하다고 믿는다면 좋겠지만.
Yeah, what if I just steal my opponent's ones?
확실한 건 다른 후보가 가져온 걸 빼앗는 거네요. 자기보다 더 귀중한 걸 가져왔을 수도 있으니까요.
하는 김에 목숨도 빼앗아 두면
Yeah, no.
편하다고 생각하고 있을 때.
That way they will never become a threat again.
아니, 당신 네 가문은 항상 그런 논리로 굴러가는 거야?
Hey, the
다른 집안도 그게
very
것
practical
같진
people.
않던걸요?
장소 중에 소인이 끼어드는 듯하여 송구스럽습니다만 슬슬 걸음을 빨리 하지 않으면 곤란해지실 것 같습니다.
For once, a good point. That the guide pulled out a watch to check the time.
바깥은 곧 밤이 올 것이기 때문에.
What a nice smile. This was a combat mode, yeah. And they did have actually different bosses.
안 볼 필요 없잖아. 그 독방에 있어봤자 할
It's
것도
kind of
없고.
sad that. Yeah, I mean, we had so much variety during this Kanto overall. Honglu's Kanto then. But there were just so many enemies. Like, we never got anything out of ID-wise. But if I just win rates, I'm quickly vanishing again. Be right.
주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여보자.
마지막으로 남길 말.
13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
And I have Returned. I love when the game plays it for myself. I guess that's why I must admit, at least combat-wise, really do prefer what I put the tea thing into my teeth, that paper thing into my teeth. That's not bad. Just to go. Fine, probably. I kind of prefer Arknights mostly. I mean, Limbus does some stuff better than Arknights. And you know, Project Moonstar will always be peak in my eyes. And look at like Walter. Was it? Was he called Walter? I forgot. I forgot what the other middleman was called that is accompanying Ricardo. We will see. It would also be cool to actually trigger Ricardo's music. I think, was it on a skill V2 that we triggered? I know that there's a trigger, I forgot what the trigger actually was. To be fair, I never actually looked at this man's actual numbers, which was maybe you should do. Also, never looked at actual Rodion's Ego's numbers. Yeah, that's still hot. To nobody's surprise, I should let the tea stand a bit longer. I love Kirba though. She has the Fane mod. I think they could have tamed it down a little bit. I mean, I guess it's in character, but with just how much slang she's using. And I love Kirba as a character.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
정신 차리게. 장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
Beautifully done. But yeah, honestly, T must be overpowered. But they did not scale the quants at all very well. Maybe I was remembering, but this was like V-turning it. And it's not like I'm really playing it. I guess middle team isn't such a great spot. I mean, it's gonna be amazing in Mirror Dungeon, especially once we get middle Otis. Because, like, middle is eating so good with ego gifts, right? It's time for a nice hotel. After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the side of several small buildings, tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated looking letters scribbled over it.
생각보다 허름한데? 당신네 도련님이 묻기엔 허접한 거 아니야?
I mean, you know, this is how to blend in.
그쪽은 다른 건물입니다. 귀빈 여러분들을 모실 장소는 바로 이것이지요.
역시 그렇지. 홍루한테 들은 게 있는데 적어도 호화... 응?
It's man, Rodion will get all the splendor. I mean, we've been in Hongyang far too long. She should have been happy with how everything played out. We followed Qingtao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts. Its exterior painted in black. Actually, I wonder, I mean, it always feels like Limbus Company is like spending so much money on the sinners because they're like kind of very valuable asset for them, right? Wouldn't they also have at least some decent meals on the bus, I would assume? No? But hey, maybe she really just wants all the luxury. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Space magic.
저 건물은 당신네 도련님이 아니라 우리가 묻기에도 좀 허접하지 않아?
이곳은 제가 관리하는 객잔 중 가장 가까운 곳입니다만
Come on, we should have a bigger
뒷골목에 있다
budget.
보니 아무래도 부족함이 많습니다. 이것밖에 준비하지 못해 송구합니다, 도련님.
부족할
don't be
때도 있는
sad.
거죠. 그래도 하루 묵기엔 문제 없어 보이는걸요?
Man, you know, it's maybe a bit rude to say it's not even a decent place.
제정신인가요? 전부 들어갈 수 있는지도 확실하지 않는데.
중앙구역 본가에 있는 조금 더 좋은 장소에 귀빈분을 모시고 싶었지만 아무래도 곧 그 시간이
Yeah, if you only would have like yapped less.
청소의 물결을 말하는 건가?
Let's start at 3:13 in the morning. Like you've got plenty of time to get there.
그러게요. 이 정도 시간이면 본가가 있다는 곳까지 갈 수 있지 않나요?
Ah, sorry. You really don't want to be swept away by them.
H사 관광 안내 책자에 따르면 여기서 중앙구역까지는 1시간이면 갈 수 있다고.
I guess it would take you so much longer if you're actually evading any form of ambushes and stuff like that.
귀빈께서는 탈구에 걸음한 적이 있소이까?
Hi, Musty. How are you doing? I do for sure wonder what also happens in this intervallo. Or I feel like the intervallos that lead into cantos are like kind of a lot more boring ones for BokGak. Not gonna lie, maybe at some point I stop streaming BokGaks, but I like the thought that I kinda have all of Olympus. Okay, I also lied, I don't have the start of Olympus on stream, but hey, Ricardo Heathcliff does go wild, so that is fun.
아니요. 직접 와보는 건 이번이 처음이죠. 하지만
So, what was Babel good? Did you learn all the spicy lore? Did it change your worldview? How does it make you feel about the Doctor?
헌데 직접 겪지도 않은 이곳에서
Must be way to be asked that while you cannot answer because spoilers.
헤아릴 수 없을 정도로 빽빽하고 무성한 건물들의 수, 주기적으로 이동하는 건물로 인해 시시각각 바뀌는 길, 거기에 이지를 잃은 뒷골목 조직이나 사무소의 무차별적인 습격까지.
For what I take this man's excuse.
이곳의 현상을 쉬이 예측하려 드는 건 단명을 재촉합니다. 이는 삼척동자도 다 아는 일일 테죠.
Is Babel in my document? I mean, yeah, Babel is important. I will do Babel after chapter 13. And I guess there should not be any, but I check at that, there should not be any reading prerequisites, I hope. I mean, I did stuff like Dark Knight's Memoir and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not like I would skip over Babel. Like, come on, man. I've been waiting for this since I basically started playing Arknights. It is crazy to me that there's some people that actually, just overall as a question. Minus that you. That cannot be true. Don't do this to me, Musty. Don't do this to me. I mean, I will get to Lohntville. I might do Lohntville after chapter 14. Basically, my I guess for 5 minutes this is not a Olympus stream. I basically plan to do the Lifanian side story I'm doing right now, Lingering Echoes. Then I'm gonna do, I forgot the name, the second, or I guess the third, depending on how you wanna, if you count Code of Brawl. Anyways, doing like the Latavano one that follows up the first Laterano side quest with like the side story with Executor. Then I probably gonna do chapter 13. After chapter 13, I'm probably gonna do Bubble and Zwillingstürm im Herbst. I don't think there's any other reading between 13 and 14 than Bubble directly. So we might do like also one side story of Wine Labs to get it started a little bit. Or maybe I won't, but I know that after chapter 14 there's like, I think like 3 or 4 side stories. I think it's like 3 side stories I have to read for the Victoria story arc. And then doing all of Wine Lab 2 will be a lot before we can even think about starting the 3rd arc. And I guess preferably I would also do all of the Seaborn, but I'm not sure if I really will do that beforehand. It might be an afterwards one. But yeah, what I wanted to ask before I went on this tangent right now. You're serious? Fuck me. Well, I will see what they vote and what I feel about it then. But how do you feel about people that like, basically I know that some people told me when I started out and Barbie V1 was happening, I could read this story because it's not spoilers, because chronologically it is like, you know, happening before everything else in the story. So how do you feel about people that read this like in the chronological timeline? How insane of spoilers would it have been to like have met Barbie like before you even finish the first story arc? Those people are fucking insane. Good to know. At least, you know, I made the right choice in life. Okay, maybe slowly back to Limbus. It's also nice. I had some time to drink tea. My hands are sticky now. Fuck me. I'm looking forward to do more Arc Nights for sure, though. To be fair, I'm kinda lagging behind on stamina a little bit, so it's nice to have like 3 days of not progressing story too. And to be fair, I'm not sure if you hear it, but which is very awkward, like realizing, how long is it? Yeah, like realizing an hour into your stream that actually you're getting fucking sick because your family is super sick. And yeah, I'm starting to realize I have a slight headache. It wouldn't be spoilers, but you would play with a completely different context. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the story is like built up on this mystery and you wanting to figure out what happened and the game basically slightly teasing at it, right? You don't have W, right? Like the normal W, but like even in the lobby screen dialogues, normal W like really goes like, man, if only you knew what happened back in Babel, but Calcid told me not to tell you and stuff like that, which is super funny. But yeah, the intention of the authors and everything was that, you know, you wanted to make the player guess what the hell did happen. And also probably during the second story arc, you would already know what's probably up with Teresa. I'm not sure if it gets answered in Babel or if it's like chapter 14 or something then. But yeah, I feel like the joy of a story like this is also, you know, thinking about it for yourself and asking, what happened? What do I assume happened? How could we get to this point? So I feel like it would be very strange if I already had the context.
식견의 짧음에 소희는 통탄을 금하지 못하겠습니다.
Is this just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake?
조용히 하세요, 단테.
Yeah, come on, no, not in front of strangers.
하지만 책자에 적혀 있다는 건 이론상 가능하다는 말이지 않나.
Honestly, I mean, I think the first time I went to the story, I was like, no, I know this man is sus, but I wouldn't risk it sweeping. Honestly, now with hindsight, we should just push on. I think, not sure if it's my least liked Indavalo. I feel like you can judge the Indavalos not as easily as for the ones that are like direct build up to the Kandos as prologue, which I think we have a few of those. But I just hate it. It's so advertised as sweeper Indavalo, and you know we had the first tease, but it's like we are still like 8 notes off of actually seeing the sweepers. Or just suddenly took a step forward. In hand was the H-Cop trial pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about.
길 안내조차 제대로 하지 못한 네 녀석과 다르게 관리자님께서 우리를 이끈다면 밤이 찾아오기 전에 도달할 수 있다고 생각된다만.
Thank you. You are the best pawn-nosing expert. Me?
아무래도 합의된 적 없는 생각 같소만.
좋소. 기탄 없이 말씀드리리다. 소인의 본부는 도련님과 귀빈분들을 중앙구역까지 안내하는 것. 도련님을 안전히 보필하는 것이 제가 받은.
Okay, I'm following so far. Yes.
무리해서 돌파한다면 예, 가능하죠. 뒷골목에 밤이 찾아오기 전에 본가로 가는 것이 불가능한 것은 아닐 겁니다.
Also, I guess this whole Intervallo might be cooler. Which is sad, like if you like actually have no context of the other games and don't know what the sweepers actually are. It's so much of a drawback that Project Moon cannot just assume players have the context from the first 2 games and some things with how slowly they need to be reintroduced. Which is nice in the sense that it's still a jumping point into the Project Moon universe in the games, but I guess part that I dislike is that it's just the super popular one, while I think I love it. Both Lobotomy Corp and Runa are better. I still vastly prefer Runa, which now I could get an argument with some of my friends too, but yeah.
하지만 그 과정에서 도련님께 위험이 발생할 수 있다면 어불성설. 소인이 맡은 임무의 목표는 도련님을 빠르게 안내하는 것이 아닌 안전하게 안내하는 것 아니겠습니까?
Thank you.
오.
Also, Musty, so far I would say like this BokGak is worth just for one line, where Dawn's voice actor just does one holy hell of a yap in one line, and it's beautiful when she geeks out about duels. I do get why we get the only voice acting later on with how they time manage everything and they basically just working on all the content last minute. But yeah, BokGaks are just not that much content, sadly.
무릇 계획은 목표를 중요시해야 합니다. 도련님의 안전을 위협하는 무레배들의 습격이 언제까지 계속될지 알 수 없는 지금 더 길을 나아가는 것은 본말 전부라 판단했습니다.
To be fair, what I look like forward the most of this is just getting the Reflectry boss fight.
아니, 이 녀석.
Even if it's not much, it has at least some slightly more content again that is slightly fresh. Even if it's gonna be, I will prophesize that it's gonna be like first phase. I cannot speak. Jesus Christ. First phase thing like a metal team. Second phase thing like a Haishu team.
감탄스럽군. 계획의 일부가 된 자로서 갖춰야 할 요소를 모두 지키고 있나? 보필할 자를 진정 위한다면 역시 그런 태도가 옳지.
Yeah, yeah. They're now in a stand of competition.
거기서 동조해버리면 어쩌자는 건가요?
내가 오해가 깊었군. 아까는 자네의 몇몇 언질에 대해 저것들이 나와 비슷하단 말하는 것을 처음엔
Yeah, how dare they compare me with someone as eloquent as you?
자네는 그저 충정을 다할 뿐이었군.
Ah.
이 충정을 이해해주는 분이 있을 줄은 몰랐소이다. 도련님께서도 친누를 고르는 눈이 훌륭히 성장한 것 같아 소희는 안심했습니다.
Man is trying his best to not be sus, for sure.
이 친구 참.
그새 놈에서 친구가 됐구만.
조금 감정이 과해졌군. 아무튼 이자의 말대로 더 나아갔을 때 습격이 있을 가능성이 높은 건 사실이지.
She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? I suddenly realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but that serious expression. When my gaze looked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. God damn it. God damn it, Dante. A little bit of reading faces. I know it might be hard since you have not a face available. I mean, you have a clock face, but you know what I mean? You can still read like a person's emotions a little bit, right?
이 호텔도 야외 막사보다는 훨씬 나은 환경으로 보이니 여기서 피로를 해소한 뒤 다시 움직이는 게 올바른 판단 같군.
Actually, how did the outdoor tent barracks work during war and stuff like that? Wouldn't they not count as like not being in a home and get swept up too?
반대한 건 오티스 양이지 않았는가?
I guess you would have like those already outside of the back streets and stuff. Okay, I have no idea how it would actually work.
뭐 됐어요. 다들 이해한 것 같으니까 일단 들어가죠.
넓은 도량으로 이해해 주신다 하니 소희는 감복할 지경이지요.
After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he put his fist and palm together.
현대의 건축물은 외관으로만 판단할 수 없으니 안으로 들어가면 또 다를 수 있어. 괜히 엄침하시게나.
Before the audience surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building.
오, 진짠데? 아는 생각보다 멀끔해.
꽤 고풍스러운 멋도 있구려. 벽마다 그려진 이 산수화들이 제법 운치 있어.
Beautiful. There's much more spaces inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? To be fair, I do kinda love the painted walls. It does look so pretty. I would go for... okay, I would have wanted a bit more color in my home than just this is very sterile in a sense, but honestly, paintings itself, they go wild. I do kinda love the ink painting style.
아니요. 단순히 적층된 주변 건물 탓에 좁아 보였던 것 같군요.
It's... No, don't judge an object just on first appearances. This domicile is a core, not a show, okay?
자, 문을 열어두었습니다. 편히 대화 나누실 수 있도록 소희는 옆에 있는 작은 집에서 머물고 있겠습니다.
Yeah, please converse freely and speak loudly and clearly into those microphones. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hongdu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing up in the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers and a howling, destructive gale. Did you suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask.
아직은 없는 것 같아요.
Huh? Not yet.
아무리 오빠라도 수상하다는 생각은 들었나 봐.
That's when we caught a familiar voice.
와, 시춘. 벌써 이렇게 만났네.
Yippee. I mean, she is one of the better side characters for sure. It's nice to see her again. I hate that because of one scene everyone was shipping her and Dawn. I can't wait to see that scene again.
금방 다시 볼 것 같다고.
평안하셨습니까, 도련님?
웨이 씨도 평안해 보여서 다행이에요. 그럼 시춘도 여기서 묵는 거야?
What a coincidence.
원래라면 이런 곳에는 발도 들이밀지 않겠지만 본가로 돌아가는 길의 입구에 무슨 커다란 공사가 일어나서 뒷골목을 통해 올 수밖에 없었거든.
So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Almost like this is set up to target all the returning candidates.
자네들!
Confident look on Xishun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm.
저자도 다시 기억을 잃고 합류한 거야?
아니, 돈키호테 씨는 언제나 그대로인 걸?
Yeah, no vampire here, I swear.
하지만 저런 얼빠진 모습은
Okay, that's rude.
시춘, 군 우리 저기 휴게실이라도 가서 잠시 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도.
Yeah, come on, you can trust her. Just show her your neck.
그렇네. 잠깐만.
Xishun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact. Before walking right up to her.
그렇게 할까? 나쁘지 않네. 웨이, 나는 이자와 잠깐 이야기라도 나눌 테니 묵을 방을 좀 골라보고 있어봐.
Yay!
왜? 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도 하자며?
They cannot back out now.
그것이 관리자나리.
You're allowed. Go play with her.
문제 유출은 커다란 귀책 사유가 될 수 있습니다. 단테.
Ah. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends though.
시춘이 돈키호테 씨가 마음에 들었나 보네요. 저런 장난도 치고.
돈키호테 씨가 아니라 그때 봤던 돈키호테 씨의 힘이 마음에 든 거겠죠.
I mean, you know, the whole immortality part. I guess that is what she wanted to talk about, right?
알았어. 나중에 할게. 자, 간다고.
Xishun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. Yippee, we get to eat.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰.
He does love his hair coupons. Maybe they memed a bit too much on them.
이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어. 얘들아, 철수다. 오늘은 이 형님이 쏜다.
Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair?
이건 이상해요.
Yeah, but then where is the nice bowl of foods?
불렀어.
I love Yi-san.
그 농담 오랜만이네.
부른 건 아니지만 아니 아무튼 지금 아무도 이상한 걸 모르겠어요?
그래. 마침 잘 말했어. 나도 나만
I
이상하게
mean,
느끼는
this
건가
feels
싶어
super
말을
out
안
of
했거든.
place for this room, yes.
로자 씨.
그래서 뭐가 이상하다는 건데?
Honestly, the whole lobby thing kinda feels off.
그야 당연히.
저
웰컴
중앙에
코드가
있는
너무
점토불명의
적잖아.
탁자죠.
Almost the same thing.
그러고 보니 저런 게 왜 여기에 있지?
색이 밝은 것이 꽤 귀엽구려.
Yeah, but place like this feels awful. At least have it closer to the couch bench thing.
아니, 뭔가요? 저 흉측한 탁자는?
Okay, now you're a bit too to the table, though. A kerfluffle spike by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of the table yet. It's a table, okay?
걸을 때마다 신발에 검은 것이 묻어나고 있다.
바닥만이 아니군요. 벽에도 만질 때마다 검은 무언가가 묻어나오고 있네요.
Honestly, it's kind of impressive that they did not, like, look further into that, huh?
거기에 벽이 묘하게 찰랑이고 있어. 도대체 무엇으로 만든 벽인지.
뭐 어지간히 관리를 안 한 거겠지.
Yeah, it's just all black mold.
그렇다기엔 또 꽤 정갈하단 말이지. 내가 개차반인 데를 하도 돌아다녀서 진짜 사람 손이 안 닿은 거랑 구분은 꽤 잘하거든.
그래도 방마다 침상은 하나씩 있는 것으로 보입니다, 관리자님. 부족하지만 휴식은 취할 수 있겠군요.
You know, I would have been more surprised if not every room would have had a bed, to be honest.
시간이 없긴 없었나 보지.
Shun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression.
성의가 없어도 너무 없어서 기가 차네.
Well, you gotta get your money refunded after tonight, for sure. And found her room after leaving a scathing remark.
에휴, 우리가 뭐 수상쩍은 거 한두 번 당하냐? 이러다가 한바탕 하자고 하면 하는 거고 뭐.
Yeah, just be ready to punch.
아유, 뭐 아까 그 양반 수상한 건 지나가는 애도 할 정도니까. 아유.
Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing the desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Hey y'all! How's it going? How was Chapter 8? I think I saw that you at least got to it right after UISing. I apologize for since we're making us watch Sweeper BokGak. You are not missing out, man. There's like one line that is like cute meant by Dawn. I'm not ready to get swept away. Oh yeah, did you finish chapter 8? Did you experience actually a good gacha story other than Limbus? Oh. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads.
그렇다면 단테 휴식을 선언해도 좋을 것 같네요.
Yippee, you can all clock off and I guess sleep in ink. Never made this announcement outside the bus before. So I have like 5 notes left. Fair. But I hope you're at least enjoying it. Alright. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Also, just so you guys are aware, because I know you guys love doing like BokGaks and like playing Limbus Company, or your favorite gacha game. But since right now also the Wing event, the Valo is still going on. It means you get like currency of both events from doing the cool stages of this BokGak. So that is nice double dipping at least. Thumbs up. just consider that when you think I don't want to play this video game.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 변동 가능성을 가진 최대 12시간의 수면 및 휴식을 시작합니다. 좋은 밤 되시길.
So Wing, you can get a plus 120 for both. I actually do use the middle team. I guess right now it's more for flavor, but if you want to, it shouldn't matter really what you think, maybe other than like the boss stage. But I'm thinking right now basically 5 middle IDs and then 2 wing IDs, because hey, turns out both Faust and Honglu have like an envy skill too, which is good enough. And it turns out they're kind of overpowered IDs. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways. Some stumbling into their rooms while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. See for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis?
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
He might be sus. I know the game has not been telling you enough about this, but... Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well.
예? 그런 게 아닙니다. 제가 신호도 보내지 않았습니까?
That was a lot of that was a lot of friendship. What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction?
예. 그자는 이리저리 의혹을 꺼내 들어봐야 이곳의 지리를 이용해서 우리를 기만하기 쉬운 자였습니다.
Yeah, that is true.
차라리 기회를 봐 그런 식으로 친화를 포장하고 의도대로 어울려주는 것이 정보가 모자란 저희가 취할 수 있는 가장 안전한.
You know, Otis is such a honest, nice woman. Man, I can't wait for actually her canto. I kinda hate, or maybe I just disagree with the theory. I've seen like somebody say that, you know, instead of Otis basically being Odysseus, that Otis is Penelope, and I just don't see how that works at all. And like, it's because like one line of hers saying that it takes so long with the loom. I think it was, is it during the time killing time? It might be during the time killing time interval. Which, come on, how? I feel like she's so much Odysseus coded with having like put thousands of people to their death and everything. I don't see or have any inkling why they would like orient Otis at Penelope. What will you even do with Penelope as a character? I mean, I give you that. Penelope is cool and everything, you know. I love my loyal woman that actually cares about her husband. You know, kinda need to see. But what else would you do character-wise with her? Or, man, and here I thought he would not like spoil Babel for me, Musty. SMH.
제 경력이 몇 년인데 어찌 그런 티가 풀풀 나는 첩자에게. 아닙니다.
Otis' disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand.
그자가 언제까지 저희와 함께할지는 모르겠지만 홍루, 가복을 제거하기 위해 처음부터 LCCB에 접근했다고 보는 것이 제일 합당한 추측 같습니다.
Nah, you know, it's just a coincidence that there's now 2 candidates in this backstreets hotel.
파일럿, 그 어수룩한 초보의 모습을 보면 그 근거로서 채택할 만하죠.
Okay, now you're just like throwing Pilot under the bus. Mood. That's also true.
파우스트 측에서도 전달할 말이 있습니다.
Was joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. You know, I checked the Gesellschaft rating for this lodging. Turns out 9 out of 10 Fausts think the decoration is awful.
알려진 금기를 전부 확인해봤지만 간의 불가침이라는 금기를 찾을 수는 없었습니다.
Mine has been lying to us. And it also has to be.
거짓으로 예단하긴 이릅니다. 이 홍원이라는 곳은 구역에 따라 금기가 바뀌는 경우도 있는 것 같으니.
하지만 여러 정황상 진실의 확률이 희박한 것도 사실일 것입니다.
He would never.
않겠습니다.
그렇다면 저희는 이미 계획 속에 들어와 있을 것입니다. 아마 계속되었던 습격도 약속된 게릴라일 가능성이 높고.
Yeah, to just tire us out but not get us killed, right? Or something.
저희 모두가 이 뒷골목에 대한 정보가 많진 않으니. 하지만 저쪽도 저희의 전력을 너무 허접하게 분석했을 것입니다. 그러니 그런 잡배들을 수배해서 습격했을 것이고 서로 정보가 부족한 상태입니다. 경계를 늦추지만 않으면 이 상황을 파괴할 수 있을 것입니다, 관리자님.
Okay, so we just designate a night watch. That easy. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. I mean, you know, Danda, I get it. You have amnesia and everything, but yeah, I feel like even at this point in the story, you should have been slightly more aware. It's not even like the first time you get backstabbed by some people, right? We had like the whole Tech Alliance thing happening and stuff like that. We also got betrayed by our guide.
다음엔 전부 신뢰가 될 수 있으면 좋겠군요.
Okay, you should not fully trust Otis. She is gonna sacrifice you if it means she can get home to Penelope. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Horse and I chatted a little more about Qing Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. We are witnessing. Okay, can we just get to the Ricardo part? I want to see actually if he has mechanics, since I think he is supposed to be the boss. So I can come up in my mind with a guide that is gonna be like, you press win weight. Realized that Hong Lu was missing as he was spending time chatting with the sinners. Honestly, with this kind of lighting, it does seem so much nicer. I feel like basically some warmth of the yellow lightning tone does bring this place a lot more together, so it's less sterile. They should have always decorated like this. SMH, don't they have any idea of indoor decorating? Didn't notice him going to his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Hong Lu outside, went to Chiak Shun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door.
밤이 꽤 늦었어. 호의도 없이 어딜 가려는 거야?
You know, we are safe in this building. Oh, just looking for Hong Lu.
생각해보니까 째깍대는 걸.
Honestly, I don't get why basically Danda at this point does not have like a cool iPad or at least like a notepad with a pen so he can, you know, write down simple phrases and short sentences whenever he encounters that is not one of the sinners. I guess he captures sinners to just relay what he's talking to, but still. I feel like myself, I would go insane if I would always have just somebody talking for me. I guess it's fair that he would be approachable for the sinners around, though I guess that is true. Thank you, thoughts in my head, but yeah. Alright. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for caring to hear my reply. I mean, I do like them, you know? You just nod your head and they're monologuing their life story away. Otherwise you need to do the Metal Gear approach and always say like the last word of the sentence, and that's tiring. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. He literally has a tablet, he will just now use it to communicate with non-sinners because they are all beneath him. Okay, fine, he hates the plebs. However, it's also oddly insulting as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. Hey, but you're a great listener. Another type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. And she acts schön, start to me with that short exchange.
그러니까 새벽 공기를 마시고 싶은 거야? 그 의체 보기와 다르게 호흡기는 남아 있는 거고.
The flames need something to eat on, okay? Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Lou because I haven't seen him in a while.
고개를 젓는 걸 보면 아니라는 거네.
Heavy ticking intensifies.
배가 고픈 거야?
She's a new one, the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help.
아가씨, 통역이 가능한 이를 데려오거나 깨우는 게
No, this is funny. It's time to learn clock.
중대한 사안이었으면 이자가 먼저 그랬겠지. 그것보다 처음 물어봤을 때 했던 그 손동작은 뭐지?
See, no, see, we are not allowed to do this hand gacha in gacha games anymore. You don't know what you're doing, Chia. You're gonna get Limbus cancelled. There's a reason why he keeps his hands in his pockets these days, okay? Okay? Well, Hongdu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Okay, show me your best smile, Dante.
귀엽다나 예쁘다를 표현하고 싶은 것은 아닐지.
I love my cute clock. What? No, I was trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it?
뭔가 째깍대는 게 격렬해졌는데. 아무래도 그건가 봐.
This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error,
오빠를 찾고 있는 거였구나.
she got it! It took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say.
뭐, 이 시간에 안 자고 있으면 뻔하지. 뒤쪽 휴게실에 가면 있을걸?
Man, could have said that like 20 minutes ago.
멀리는커녕 더 가지도 않았을 거야. 뭘 말하려고 그렇게 용쓰나 했더니.
Oh, she's disappointed. No. Chikshun was, strange enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply.
나도 너한테 말할 게 있긴 했는데. 됐어. 초침 기분이야.
Yeah,
다음에 말하자.
sorry, minus swap with Chikshun. You fucked up. Not enough charisma. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. I found Honglu gazing at a hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here?
잠시 사람들을 보고 있었어요.
Yeah, look at them getting eaten by sweepers, I mean what? There's some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, I seemed to sense what I was thinking and began.
제가 걱정되시나요, 단테님?
It's not like 20 people already try to jump you. But yeah, it's your turn, Honglu. It's your turn to go insane and distort.
그렇네요. H사에 돌아왔고 가주 선발 이야기가 잦아지는 걸 보면요. 하지만 저를 신경 쓸 필요는 없어요.
Yeah, you don't have to worry. I'm too valuable to the
인버스
family.
컴퍼니에 아무것도 소망하지 않았거든요.
Really?
이상 씨처럼 본심을 숨기고 말하는 게 아니에요. 날개를 되찾아 주겠다던가 하는 그런 멋진 약속을 저는 듣지 못했거든요.
Man, he's underselling himself as a mage. That's what's wrong with the economy then. Like, suddenly every company expects that they just get, like, employees that work for nothing. Goddamn rich people as a mage.
그저 새로운 경험이 될 거라 생각해서 왔을 뿐이에요.
But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could.
아마도 그렇겠죠? 하지만 그래도 괜찮답니다. 누군가의 뜻에 따라 움직이는 건 익숙하거든요.
I love nihilism.
무슨 일이 일어나도 저는 아마 다른 분들처럼 하진 못할 거예요. 원래 그랬거든요. 제게 뭔가 일어나든 주변에서 일어나든
A loud boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hong Lu off, even before he could finish the sentence.
아이, 좀 놔봐. 저 자식이 또 열받는 소리 하잖아.
Fair enough.
목소리나 줘.
What are you guys doing back there? Beck and Heathcliff, who are most likely hiding behind the entrance door, bumped into view.
역시 이 자식이랑 같이 오는 게 아니었어. 그 잠깐을 못 참고 튀어나가서.
You should have chosen Miyosho, okay? She would have been quiet. How long have you two been?
내가 처음부터지. 처음에는 좀 괜찮게 말하나 싶더니만 뭐? 누군가의 뜻대로 움직이는 건 익숙해?
I mean, it's charming to see that they at least somewhat care about each other, right?
아, 히스클리프 씨의 심기를 거스를 생각은 없었답니다. 사실을 이야기한 것뿐이에요.
아, 찌뿔동겨. 아니 벌레 아저씨, 내가 저 말본새를 보고도 참아야 해?
Yes.
벌레 아저씨라는 호칭을 내가 인내하는 만큼은 좀 참아야 하지 않을까?
It has another reservation in it, okay? Don't blame him.
아니, 그게 그런 뜻이 아니고.
이제 좀 조용해졌네. 아무튼 여태는 건 미안해. 대신 그 좋은 거 하나 알려줄 테니.
Okay.
해주면 안 될까?
What's your secret, bug buddy? What's the secret? Becker rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence and pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion.
관리자 양반, 저쪽 기둥 뒤에
Man, Quagga, nobody likes a snitch. Like, you know, just why 4 other people under the bus too? It's an age. The worst kind of people. With that, 2 familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar.
이거 배신이에요, 그레고르 씨.
You know, as punishment, Quagga should just do a solo Miwo dungeon run.
재미없는 대화라 안 그래도 들어가 보려고 하셨대요.
Sure.
이게 아닌가요?
Sorry, you lost your connection there. You're not with it anymore.
안 둘은 아직 말하지 않았는데 된 건가?
Yoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing up in the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance slipped into the floor, followed by Roddy and Otis crashing down after it. Hey Crimson, how are you doing?
와, 제 이야기를 들으러 오신 분이 생각보다 많았군요.
I love that nobody's questioning this building.
관리자님, 저는 단지 방에서 나가시는 모습이 우려되어 호의하고자 따라 나왔을 뿐 사사로운 욕심으로 엿들은 저 채들과는 다릅니다.
Yeah. I love you, Otis. Wait, pick me.
나는 그냥 심심해서.
그럼 마저 대화할까요? 단테님?
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with me. I want back to your rooms now. Otherwise, how would you get assassinated? Protocolling Stronghold Alliance, let's go. It was fun to do it. Well, it's time to beat up some Pnuis. And actually team building, kinda. Okay, I don't think a metal team is doing it here. Do we have Funken? We don't have Funken. Man, that's such. I don't know. I guess we still think. You know what? We just pretend mechanics are not real. Yes, just go.
몸을 풀어두죠.
After a little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Older suddenly began to vehemently oppose, leaving me on my own.
정말 괜찮으시겠습니까? 관리자님?
To be fair, wouldn't it overall just be protocol for them to at least have like 2 sinners per room or something like that? Just don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway.
그야 그렇습니다만 이런 불분명한 곳에서 잠드는 일은 드문지라.
You also have a good point.
어차피 바로 옆방이잖아요. 무슨 일 있으면 넘어오는데 5초도 안 걸릴 텐데요.
만약의 상황에는 1초의 차이가.
자자, 보건 언니, 우린 나가자.
An oddly familiar sequence of events and worlds played out. They eventually left my room, finally closing the door behind them. Finally some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. I've gotten somewhat used to the pain. It still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. You gotta love the next part, Dante. It did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies. Which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. Somebody should fix his gears. So I think of the star. For the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its interested engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Man, it's fine, only 2 more years and sure we will know what the hell is up with that, right? Right, Faust kinda will explain what the hell it is he sees whenever he rewinds. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the vent is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Vent? Just a sudden chill. Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. If it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. So turning around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Only to see a melted wall, and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. At least Dante's still somewhat aware of his surroundings. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a plate right at where my neck and head met. It's still a shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. Or she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, My final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis' advice. Thank you, Ryoshu.
한심하게 얇은 칼이군.
Okay, cut his blade.
그런 걸로 뭐 분할 수 있겠나?
Yeah. No, you don't need to cut everything in half. Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling, deflected the science dagger away from me. Ryoshu?
좋은 구경거리가 생길 것 같아 숨어들었는데.
Man, she just wanted to see naked Dante SMH. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, tipping with vicious paint-like fluid, as I saw earlier during my conversation with Feng Lu.
관리자님, 괜찮으십니까?
And Otis peeking out from the gap.
천장에서 숨어 지켜볼 수 있다는 걸 알려준 건 이 오티스입니다. 기억해 주십시오.
Thank you, Otis.
그만하고 빨리 도와라.
But yeah, I think the overall scenes here highlight, I feel like sometimes Project Moonlighting, I guess Kim, kinda really lays some stuff very thick on. Like, some subtle hints would have been enough, but maybe I guess part of the complaint is also, you know, I have hindsight now, I know exactly what's happening. But he mentioned like 5 times that something is wrong with this building and that it's like liquid and black. Like, yeah.
짐승이란 것 치고 애를 먹는군.
버스 타기 전이었으면 분명 칼날째로 상반신을 갈라냈을 텐데.
Yeah, you know, it's all Isang's fault.
자네들은 입사와 동시에 모든 능력치가 하향되었다네. 하향 평준화제.
I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at LC. It's just like it was yesterday. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, Intruder pulled out another dagger with the other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. Let's go, at least Wei is also helping us. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Okay, see, you would never say who employs you. That's not an answer, man. Intruder reached into his claws, muttering an odd invocation.
왜? 정신 못 차려?
How did he even know about Wei's past? Just as Intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Sixion leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan.
저 시시껄렁한 주문을 다 읊게 할 셈이야? 조금만 더 있었으면 큐사의 그 부적이 작동할 뻔했다고.
죄송합니다. 아무래도 아직 그 주문의 영향을 받는 것 같습니다.
넌 이제 흑수가 아니야. 내 측근이라고. 더 이상 저런 것에 휘둘릴 필요 없다는 걸
Yeah,
기억해.
you know, Hongyan does actually not need more high shoes.
예, 죄송합니다.
I fell limply to the bed with the sudden elevation of stress and pressure.
당신 어차피 말이 안 통하잖아.
Honestly, also sad part is that overall, I mean, we got a Wei ID, but we got basically his high shoe bad end, which is, I kind of would have also liked just the idea of it basically being in general. Maybe it would have been more boring, I don't know.
몸에 손을 대진 못했습니다. 그 전에 제가 막았으니.
알았어. 일단 한 놈뿐이었던 것 같으니까 불부터 켜고.
That's where we realized the lights are not real. Actually, how the hell do the lights work while melting away? When the lights came on, we saw
이 자식 묘인 거야?
some noise. Yippee! fitting for spring. There was a black bamboo hat waving assassin on the ground. The walls had appeared solid before we all went to sleep. They're not melting away. They're now melting away. Me. As if they were vicious fluid.
역시 건물 자체가 뭔가 이상하군요.
But buildings are not normally in a liquid state.
건물에 술을 썼다는 것까진 알고 있었지만
How did they set this up? I guess they could have already painted it in the past since week or something. I don't know how long a building like this would actually last.
수가 어째서?
생각보다 뒷배가 있었다는 거겠지. 단지 가주 선발에 들떠서 우리에게 들러붙은 정도가 아니야.
This was planned.
이해가 안 되는 건 왜 묘냐는 건데 이 시계머리 목만 딸 생각이었으면 더 효율적인 흑수가 목적이 그게 아닌 건가?
네, 흑수묘라면 분명 이자만 침투하지 않았을 것입니다. 흑수자 정도는 아니어도 때로 몰려다니는 것들이니.
Okay, see, now I want to see my nice sleep bench. I don't think this is any of the animals. Well, or maybe I just don't know my Chinese.
바라는 것은 아마 아가씨를 포함한 이 객잔 투숙객 전체의 몰살.
그렇다면 당장 둘러싸이지 않을 공간부터 확보해야 살아나갈 수 있겠네.
It would be awkward if they killed any of our sinners. Hey Dawn, you want your 1v1 duel, I'm proud of you. Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again.
그대들 감사는 나중에. 당장 안 움직이면 다 죽는다고. 웨이? 본가에 있을 세력본대와 연락을 취하기엔 늦었어. 적은 인원으로 여길 살아서 벗어나가려면 알지?
Yes, we just get the most busted IDs.
받들겠습니다, 아가씨.
Reaction, and they immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, so they've been waiting in here for my protection. Ricardo and Quagga stood wet-faced and on edge. Assault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression.
그저 면목이 없습니다. 다른 소속의 이가 관리자님을 지키게 하다니.
You see, that is how we build up relationships, all according to Kaikaku. No, I should have listened to what you said.
벽에 녹아내리는 형태로 파악하건대 모든 수감자에게 동일한 방식으로 침입한 것으로 보입니다.
Right, were you attacked by bamboo-headed assailants too?
하나가 아니었네 날이. 때로 덤볐지만 여럿의 습격이라 생각지 못할 정도로 고요했네.
Honestly, you thinking how overpowered the Heisha IDs overall are? Kinda weak to somehow still lose against the sinners in a situation like this, then, right? I mean, to be fair, I guess we got like more than half of our sinners, but still.
하마터면이 아니야. 오면서 슬쩍 봤는데 우리 애들도 좀 당했어. 나오다가 칼에 끼어 죽었다고.
So, what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo. Well, we're not indoors anymore.
암수 따위 정의롭지 못하지만 지금 그런 걸 논할 때는 아니겠지.
Yeah, we can kill him later.
그래, 맞다. 그리고 아직 저들은 우리를 포기하지 않은 것 같군.
Man, I remember like being so hyped back in the day to just see what like the Heishas would be, just seeing them on the cover of the promotional image. Who knew that they were just the harbingers of 1 year of Heishu slop?
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다.
If this might be the one time where my team composition is not ideal. I'm sorry, son. I did it not at least go for this. Hey Olsi, how are you doing? Did you make some nice art? Hi Ladder. Made 2 tongs, my hand hurts now. No. Well, something need to put like sweat and blood into your work, right? It's fine. You just need to find a few more sacrifices.
식상조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지. 한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 쳐야 한다.
Also because I forgot it's the bolts weight. And yes, I guess after this win weight I will give you squats.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
Okay, this will okay. After this win weight, this is not a real tournament. Do they have any backup left? They are very bad at their job. We should just kill them. But man, Quant fights like this make me think, why do they exist? But okay, this was the last wave, then we will squat. Yippee, look at that happy dawn.
본인도 이번에 한몫했으니 작은 형님께서 흡족해 하시겠어.
Also, I didn't think I said hi to Ali, so hi Ali, how are you doing? I think I've seen you also twice slightly a little bit earlier, right? 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11 and 12 and 3. Yippee! We do love exercise. Okay. Man, how much quant fighting actually was in this? I get that the... Yes, I would like to recharge my caffeine. That the pacing was like even more often like the most recent intervallo. But at least he didn't throw too many combats in there. Let's go again. I will twink.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다. 우리 중지가
Yeah, how could you get yourself written in the book if anything is no offense? Great question, Ricardo. Man. Becker, you had one job.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히게 처리하지.
What would have? I guess Becker would have, I guess, the Hohenheimer ID. That would have some envy. I feel like considering that like envy is now so shared between like fleet and charge IDs, it's hilarious that we don't really have fleet charge IDs. I mean, we have like 4 now, but you would think it's more. Actually, we have 5 now. I lied, I forgot. We have also still... Maybe it's just more in my head than I think of, but who the hell uses like... yeah, Vinumasaur? Reindeer Heathcliff, I guess I can somewhat see being still slightly niche.
여기가 네 약점인가?
먹기 좋게
자세가 모르겠네.
급이 안 맞는 싸움도 꽤 재밌다고 생각했는데. 이게 구경하는 입장에선 놀라 애매하네.
나쁘지 않아.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
밑그림은 완성.
Yippee, I love the combat so much, what can I say? I really don't get why they put so much effort into this. Hey, it is Song Lu himself! How are you doing? Are you here to record what is happening?
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드려 되갚았습니다.
빈틈투성이군.
But yeah, I just don't get why. I guess he already had the enemy high issues since you needed for the boss encounter anyways.
약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
But man,
정리가 좀 됐나?
something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Sorry, dead. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. It is the Mao Punch, and we are eating cooked bunny today.
다른 수감자들 쪽엔 문제가 없었는지.
And I love your pun. It's almost Yisang.
대부분은 습격에 잘 대처했네. 곧 이쪽으로 복귀할 것 같네만.
You know, some had some slight accidents.
당한 녀석도 있는 거야?
싱클레어 군과 이상군은 전투에 흔적은 있지만 당황해서였던 것인지 서로 다리가 엇갈려진 채로 최후를 맞이했다네.
볼성사납군.
You haven't seen the Mao Punch since you left your home. Then let me tell you what Hongyan really needs is more... Maybe it's they need less highs so the rest of the city can experience more highs to slop.
그리고 히스클리프 군은
그 양반은 패싸움에 이골이 난 양반이잖아. 그런데도 당한 거야?
He just slipped.
당하긴 누가 당했다고 그래?
Heathcliff.
왜 못 볼 거 보는 표정이냐 넌?
You know, at least he also took them with him into the grave, right? He says like missing a whole arm or something.
그야 여기로 오기 전에 뒤통수에 칼을 맞는 히스클리프 군을 보고 온 참인데.
He's chat. No.
관리자 나리가 시계를 돌려준 것이요?
No, not yet. Anyway.
아이씨, 어쩐지 뒤통수가 간지러.
And here I thought I was just bitten by an insect. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How do you manage to walk all the way over here with a hole on his head? You know, have you heard about chickens? They also do a funny thing. At least she cared.
관리자님, 다른 수감자들이 속속 모여들고 있습니다.
한심한 놈들이긴 하지만 전력은 보강할 수 있다면 보강하는 편이 낫다고 여겨집니다. 관리자님.
It's 3am. It's time to rewind the clock, Dante.
또한 아직 로비 쪽에 전투 소음이 있으니 빠르게 합류해보는 것이 좋을 것 같군요.
Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later.
다들 거기 멈추시죠.
너
You deserve to just perish now. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Okay, but how does, like, lamp liquid work? Please tell me. Among them, no, among us, I noticed Jackson clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Where's Bamboo Kim?
흑수를 부릴 정도의 사람이 이렇게 우리를 노린다니.
And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood.
안전을 확보하셨다 생각하여 뒤를 캐신 모양입니다만 이미 제 주인 되시는 분께서는 대처를 마친 뒤지요.
Okay, show me how you're gonna survive this. There stood Qing Tao, our supposed collaborator, who led us here, and Wei was threatening him with his sword.
네 놈의 계략이었나?
What a surprise.
아, 당신입니까?
Oh, now you can hug and make out.
흉계가 있다는 건 알았지. 제법 성급하게 움직이더군.
눈치가 빠르셨군요. 소인에게 아주 마음을 놓은 줄 알았습니다만. H사에서 살아남아 부귀 영화를 누리는 방법은 하나. 가주 후보자를 골라 섬겨 충의를 다하는 것. 하지만 곱게 자라기만 해 야망 같은 건 한 톨도 없는 보옥도련님을 누가 섬기겠습니까?
Yeah, but everyone loves him, so, you know, nice simple life actually. I think a lot of ambition means a lot of work for you.
이 똑바로 간수 안 해? 야, 너는 저딴 취급을 받는데 아무 말도 안 할 거야?
하지만 야망이 없는 건 사실인걸요?
You know, he's shit-talking me, but he's actually so right, baby.
너 자존심이란 게 없냐? 왜 이렇게 없는 게 많아?
그만. 좀 조용히 해봐. 뻔한 도발에 하나하나 대꾸해주지 말고.
But it's fun.
웨이.
네 놈에게 흑수를 부릴 재주가 없다는 건 안다. 그러니 네 말대로 누굴 골라 섬겼는지 밝혀라.
Come on.
됐다. 궁금하다지 않느냐? 검을 거둬라, 차로.
Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. There she goes, peak bunny girl.
도련님, 괜찮으신 겁니까?
됐어. 어차피 새벽 이슬에 쓸려나가
Man.
청소되어 버릴 것들.
My favorite side character for sure. I for sure don't know what he's alluding with the swept away, huh?
본자의 모습을 본다 해서 달라질 것이라도 있겠는가?
The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait.
이건 좀 어이가 없는데?
그렇군요. 당신은
본자의 명성을 아직 듣지 못한 무지렁이를 위해
You know,
신이 이름을 밝히.
you know you did not make it in life if you actually have to introduce yourself. I'm sorry, but nobody cares.
사시, 이화. 유력한 가주 후보. 그렇게 소개함이 옳.
Literally who? And The tea can is still intact. Let's go. That's the important part.
착각하지 마라. 해파. 거.
Okay, it is time for like what we've been waiting for.
내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
Okay. First we do the gacha. Nope. And Kim loves Arknight so much. Can he at least not also put a refresh button into his goddamn UI? Like 2 of them? Man, I mean, I guess that's we're going with you. I mean, I feel like on one hand, it's not a full Envy Western's team, but it's working.
오케이.
제가 파질 상.
형님과 누님들을 위해.
H사와
형님과 누님들을
Oh, that matters too much.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
자,
소재가
내 작품. 나를
There we go.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되가.
Let's see what the mechanics actually were.
유력?
그래. 흑수를 넘은 나는 정말로 유력한 후보지.
Yeah, you are rich. Congratulations.
불사의 강을 찾겠다고 쓸데없이 밖에서 시간을 쓰는 너와는 차별화되는 점이지 않겠나?
Excuse me, it's a very cool river.
이건 뭐 어디서부터 딴지를 걸어야 하는 걸까? 빈말하기도 싫어. 당신을 오빠라고 부르고 싶지도 않고. 누구야? 환 오빠? 아니, 환 오빠가 당신 같은 사람과 말을 섞는 건 상상이 안 되는데.
지금 무슨 소리를 하는 거지?
Clearly you are just a puppet. I'm sorry to tell you, man.
당신이 붙은 쪽을 묻는 거잖아. 묘를 부리는 사람이 누구냐고. 그쪽이 감히 할 수 있는 영역이 아니잖아. 그치?
Man, she's just telling him he's poor, right?
이 조망만한 게.
그것도 당신이 말하기엔.
이환님?
It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Man, okay, we might be a bit too
저
rude.
비열한 관상에 배신자 같은 인간이 당황하는 것을 보아 그런 것 같긴 하군요.
말이 안 통하는군. 이봐 자로, 그냥 다 도륙내버려.
본래 내려진 명령은 암살.
Yeah, you know, this needs extra payment now.
그대로 저들을 뚫어내며 후보들의 목을 떨구는 것까진 이야기된 내용이 아니다.
무슨 말이 그렇게 많아? 하라면 하는 거지.
당신의 호신을 위한 전투는 이행할 여지가 있으나 그 이상은 불가하다.
We gonna fatten his life, don't worry. Looks like a Chi Howard doesn't even control these guys.
호가호이라는 동부말이 있어. 아무래도 호랑이를 배후에 둔 여우의 꼴이 아닐지.
거기도 잡소리를 끄란 말이야. 진짜 흑수놈들 일 하나도 똑바로 처리하지 못하고.
Honestly, I just wonder why did he put him in the story? I feel like he didn't like. Did Shi-Yuha really add anything to the narrative?
이환님, 어차피 흑수들은 계획의 방비책일 뿐이었습니다. 어차피 진짜는
It's the sweeping.
그렇지.
In my sweeping intervallo. He is the character of all time. Anyways, can we for next 12 August can we at least get like Shi Association IDs, please? He's just here to make me say that.
어차피 청소는 다른 놈들이 할 테니까.
청소의 언급이 잦군요.
Man, if only the whole marketing wasn't around sweepers.
뭐 청소부를 매수라도 했다는 말인가요?
Wait, we're not that smart, huh?
반응은 매우 수상쩍지만 그럴 가능성은 한없이 영에 수렴합니다. 그들의 명령 체계의 가장 위에는 머리가 있습니다. 바꿔 말하면 머리 위에 있는 누구도 명령할 수 없다는 것이죠.
그렇죠. 애초에 말도 안 되죠.
거기에 더해 그들은 뒷골목의 밤 동안 거주 공간으로 정해진 곳을 건드릴 수도 없습니다.
Right.
이것은
Have you seen the walls around here, Faust?
바꿀 수 없는 금기. 메피스토 팰레스를 이동식 거주 공간으로 인정받기 위해 온갖 서류를 통과시키는 노력을 한 것도 전부 이 금기를 이용하기 위함이었으니까요.
She's just bitching about this because she spent like 2 weeks in the office just in line to get the papers done.
그래, 그 말대로지. 괜히 쓸데없는 말로 사람 간을 졸이게 하다니 말이야. 치, 분위기가 상했군. 이만 철수한다. 어차피 얼굴만 비추려고 했던 것뿐이니까. 이제 곧 쓸려나갈 놈들이니 어차피 기억도 못하겠지만.
I just hate this man because he thinks he is smarter than he is.
이환님.
How can you soup solo and work for this man?
더 쓸데없는 말을 하기 전에 쓰는 것이 낫겠군.
Thank you, Silo. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to have some scheme brewing back there. So early suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their web. While I'm surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust.
파우스트 쪽에서 먼저 제안하려 했습니다만 같은 생각을 하신 것 같군요.
Yep, we call the Gesellschaft. Yep, so this...
Yeah.
We have 12 sinners, Chirkshu and Vi on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies, Shi, Yuha, our guide, and Silo, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we?
적확한 전황 판단입니다.
You can count! I'm so proud of you. 1 gold star for you, Dante.
뭐야, 무슨 말을 하는 거야? 뭘 자꾸 째깍거리면서?
Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shir Yuha before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. It's a good way to have for survival. What? What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? Forgot the oven. It's still on. No!
네, 가문뿐이 아니라서 잘 떠오르지 않았네요. 사씨 가문의 이화 형님이셨군요.
Aww. Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Yeah, but why would you listen to him? Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get a guy and beat the motors out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you?
저희 가문은 아니시지만 아마 이화 형님도 괜찮다고 생각하실 거예요.
Wait, another thing. As the commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right?
와, 그러면 정말 이야기에서나 보던 멋진 장면일 것만 같은걸요?
Like the Olympus story. How to say something like this once? That even if one side has absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Flat is justice. Let's go.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신.
It is a Silo.
최상급.
What was you even about? You are like nerfed. You have the left right haste. Yeah. I don't see mechanics. Good. You're kinda fast, which is awful, actually. Okay. Wait. Did they do a thing where they Maybe it's just a coincidence, or Kim Wheel just loves to always fuck with you. That's a neutral. Sometimes in life you cannot win, I guess. You can eat it. You're welcome.
재밌겠는데?
Look at him go. But yeah, what did we have to fight Silo to the stacker?
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
I think Sanity Vamp, but I don't know now what we need. But you're losing. I feel like it's kind of starting to be very common that some teams also just have like sanity speed up for tempo. At some point, Kim will run out of things he can power creep on IDs. Okay, you might be too fucking fast at this point. Honestly, the most annoying part of having... I should save this, if possible. Which means it's not a great... Honestly, I mean... It's just neutral, I believe in it. But yeah, I guess if they want to keep win rate, spending like 5 more minutes to actually making that algorithm better would be neat. So it might be a hot take, I know. To be fair, I don't think you're gonna really fight that many more speedy enemies in the future, or maybe everything will be power crept to her. But I feel like it was their thing to be fast. House will never get a skill 2. It's Jover. Honestly, this might be just this. I guess we can... Fuck, I don't want somewhat of a resonance going. Look at this. Mechanics. I'm struggling, but mechanics. I love to see it. She might clash high. I guess there's also some mechanics of she... I guess we would love anyway to speed her down, which means like it's gonna be peak for Ishmael's ego. I just assume, I guess it would make sense that we get like for the weight this encounter then with also Silo first as option. Would it make sense? I guess I will see. But all you really have to do against Silo is like win weight and maybe decrease your speed. The game just wants you to think there's mechanics. There are no mechanics.
해결사 영상 보는 거랑 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고. 설까 이건 좀 재밌을지도.
But this is almost beautiful. Actually, if you're actually clashing, it's a one-sided guard. Oh, it does. I guess not more resonance, I'm sorry. To be fair, I know that also getting the binds ego up, it's not like my Heathcliff has to equip because it's a loner one. How? I guess there must be new players not even have the binds ego. That's sad. But hey, thank you new players for actually pulling for Heathcliff Ricardo. Actually, I did not look at what her weaknesses are. It's not like I can make any choices at this point anymore. You are weak to slash. And you're infective to blunt, that's like evil. How could you do this if I bring a blunt team? It was worth it, why? Okay. Bear with me. So, the matter is... You bring... I guess we can extend this, but we kinda still miss out on Clash. I mean, I can always keep his give. That's gonna be awful though. Yeah, let's end it. But yeah, this would be peak setup. That first phase you just bring high shoes, well, more specifically the Mao high shoes, and then just slot from Lu. So who else would you bring off the high shoes? T-Shoe is like blunt damage. I guess the chickens are slash white. There go my hair kapos. Do you finally retweet, please? Thank you for taking your clothes off, that's the important part. It's the funny meme! The music is playing! A strange tune crashes to the sounds of this fierce battle. Also, I guess according to the ego, since there's like a boombox ego gift, I guess canonically the middle just, well, more specifically Ricardo, but I guess the other big files also have like their sound effects and stuff. Like Matthias did have. What's he called Matthias? I'm now mixing up names maybe. But yeah, I think Middle Nursefather also had cool music. Everybody in the middle house has always a boombox with them. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. It's my man.
명부의 처형을 피해 다닌 놈들은 다리부터 찢어놓는 극형으로 진행한다.
Good luck with that, my man.
허비한 시간만큼 최대한 고통을 새겨주도록 하지.
In a sense, aren't you the one wasting time? It's a very deep philosophical question.
뭐 스토커야? 지금까지 따라다녔던 거야?
도둑놈을 쫓는 것을 언제부터 그렇게 말했지? 이놈 덕에 나는 아직도 푹신을 되찾지 못하고 있단 말이다.
That's fine, we can get you new coupons, I swear.
저건 또 뭐야? 제3세력?
너희 대체 어디서 원한을 맺고 다니는 거야?
You know you've made it in life once you have an enemy. Like making friends is easy, but being hated by people? That's how you know you made it in life.
저것들도 그냥 다 해치워버려!
정체에 대해 전혀 감이 없군.
뭐라고?
모르시겠는가, 저자는.
중지가 왜 여기까지 튀어나오는 거야?
Don't worry. Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again.
네, 적어도 아직은. LCE에서 평가된 수감자들의 전력은 작년 대우수의 시점보다 증강되어 있었습니다.
Yippee!
아예 싸워보지도 않기에는 전투 승률이 유의미한 수준으로 상승했습니다.
얼마나?
5%.
믿어볼 만한 불확실성은 갖췄습니다.
Yay.
아, 지방 방송은 좀 끄도록 하지.
Yeah, it's time to duel.
뭐 때문에 싸움박질을 하고 있는지는 몰라도 내가 이 동부까지 몸소온 것은 반드시 직접 저 녀석을 내 손으로 집행하기 위해서다. 동부에서 활동하는 녀석들에게 맡겨도 됐지만
Yeah, but that would be dishonorable.
부탁하면서까지 말이지. 그러니 거기 밤톨만한 것들은 저리 꺼져라. 중지의 명부 집행이 우선이다.
Yeah, you know, tusk you up behind him.
밤톨? 시끄럽군. 머리카락만 정신사납게 염색해놓은 손가락의 졸개가 여긴 H사의 구역이라고. 본자는
That's not what you should have said.
와, 이건 우아 소리밖에 안 나와.
아두남에 잡아먹혔나? 정말 앞뒤가 보이질 않나 보군.
Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath. He moved in doing that beverage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought.
대단하군. 신기록이다. 나와 얼굴을 마주하고 15초 만에 장부의 이름을 적히는 건 네가 처음이다, 애송이.
Impressive. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his book of vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper. Slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. You know, you could save yourself a lot of work and just punch.
싸가지가 상당히 부족하군. 직접 아가리를 찢는 형벌로 다스려줘야겠어.
There he goes. My favorite character. I'm so sad. There goes Mr. Shi.
뭐라는 거야? 샤로!
넌 또... 아니 됐어. 막아봐. 너도 포함해서 이 자리에 있는 것들 전부 직결 처형이다.
Man, you know, it's a bit scary that he just can go. Your bystanders are also included. Imagine just walking by somebody insulting Big Brother from the middle, and I guess you're also gonna get punched in the face now.
이쯤에 도망가면 될 것 같은데요?
I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed toward where Silo and Shi Yuho were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered.
다들 무기 들어요. 대호수에서의 서력도 갚을 겸해서 싸워보죠.
Yay!
저도 저 자식한테는 빚이 좀 있어서요.
Oh man, that still started off with waveless enemies. I did not remember, but you know, first Ricardo, I guess we're just doing this, this looks good enough. First Ricardo fights, the waveless enemies were kinda understandable. They were theirs to build up, like, basically sin resources and sanity, right? But we already had Silo for that. Fight design as an age. I guess it's just to mirror the actual first Ricardo fight. Look at them go. Finally, enemies weak to plant, as God intended.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크군. 여기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도
You're gonna waste like our cool Honglu ability here, won't we?
대박! 방금은 간지였는데? 아이씨, 합격 주면 줘도 되잖아. 이럴
But hey, I guess we're still farming sanity.
이제야 친해졌네요.
Yeah, that... Man, That is such a wasted closing time. Feels bad, man. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom.
동부의 흑수라는 놈들이 독하다고는 들었지만 유달리 튀는 놈이던데. 그런 놈이 갑자기 휙 사라져버리고. 왜지?
Figured it's time to go.
됐나. 명부에 기록해두지. 원래 목적대로 헤어 쿠폰 도둑놈들부터 선봐주마.
치사하게 자기 혼자 사기범
Okay. I think.
너희 저런 거 없어?
Oh, he's wounded. How nice.
그럼 쩔 수 없긴 하지.
He has status damage reduction. We basically don't want to kill allies. I think it was also kind of the case in the first Ricardo fight. Yeah, I feel like that's mostly it. You have a lot of Vendetta Mike bullshit. So yeah, you inflict the mark. And you gain clash power from people having the mark. Okay, man. And you have nice things. Okay, might slightly wanna play ourselves looking at this bullshit. I believe in you. As we does just count against you, maybe. See, now this is beautiful resonance. Am I missing? I do not have shield gain attack power up next turn. I think I'm fine with that. Guess we might wanna get rid of Werner first. That was his name, it's coming back to me. It was not quite. I guess I thought of Walter because I played too much Ark Knights. Anyways, this is how you play the video game, all purple, baby. Yeah, I guess they probably all are weak to plant. It would make the most sense. Maybe I should. I feel like with how much damage we did to Werner, maybe we don't even need to focus Werner that much. Man, hurting me, that's wood. But yeah, I feel like it should be kind of straightforward fight. Keep this man. We will accidentally kill this man. We have so much more attack weight these days. Gain plant damage up next turn to main target assessment data mark. Convert this. Okay, we just need to check to not have vendetta mark. You have just your cool things because you are our cool Heathcliff. We can just go with this then. We just go for a 3 vessel and seems kinda wasteful. But yeah, I guess otherwise we can go wild. In theory, with how much abilities we have, there might be a case to just Superbia or something. Or... yeah, you could do something cool, but I don't think we're having trouble yet. I guess we'll see how it goes. When in doubt, you can always flute sack.
메인 이벤트 한번 열어놔.
I wonder, do we like... Oh, he's kinda fast. I wanted to just say, do we commit to staggering him? But he do be fast. Yeah, I kinda would not have killed your friends, to be honest. But there it goes. Maybe we are still committed to let not this happen. Plus struggling, love to see that. Yeah, I get it. I think we might cowabunga this, which is spooky. They're all from the body. You won't be that much more damage. Resistance is effective. Fuck you, video game. I mean, is anybody that actually can clash against this without an ego? I don't... I remember the egos clashed well. I guess we can just do this. Worst case. This. This is honestly actually getting this off will be nice. That's a hopeless there. If we do this, okay. This man will be slowed forever now. Okay, maybe we could have also just committed. I'm a coward at some points in this video game. That hurts.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Get cheap.
보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
But yeah, I feel like that was the fight. I guess he had like one spooky clashing skill. I think we just let them punch us actually. The paralyze will be annoying. But this is what it is. I guess we... Alright, I do love my funny resonances.
그래, 내가 왔다.
그 소재 가져갈래요.
I don't think we fully killed him even, right?
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Okay, maybe I should have like fully committed to killing the man. That's also, man, I feel like we might be slightly overpowered compared to the first time this goddamn thing happened. Imagine us getting killed by one counter.
재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사
I mean, what was it me? Like, I feel like when this originally released, that fight, I would say, was at least felt like a struggle where you had to use backup. This was hilarious. I don't think I felt I was ever in trouble. But you know what? Power creep is not real. Wait. Shortcuts across the battlefield tells us the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us.
아이 저 인간 도망갔다고 하지 않았어? 어? 갑자기 나타나서 웃고 자빠졌는데?
That is when you suddenly just punch everything and it dies without even have a chance to outclash you. Like, man, they could have had... I mean, to be fair, yeah, he has already counters and stuff. Honestly, they could have given him more red coins or something, but he still gets hits in anyways, normally, so I just love the gameplay of Limbus Company.
하다 안 되니까 이젠 돌아버린 거냐?
이런 너무 웃어버렸나?
I just hope, basically, that fight design will be more how it was like during the last Kanto. I feel like the fight design there was pretty good and they made the best they could with the system and it was fun. It's just a bit doomer going like to the latest intervallo in this and realizing I am just basically pressing win wait.
어떻게 되려나 싶다가도 막상 결국 계획대로 돌아가는 꼴을 보니 웃지 않을 수가 없잖아. 너희도 들리잖아. 도시의 뒷골목에 파도가 몰아치는 소리가.
파도?
When the sound of battle came to a stop, with Shiyu's sudden shout, we all began to notice the low crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. What could it be, guys? What could be sweeping in the city at night? Something smelting, aggravating, perhaps boiling over. It's time to drink the Fanta. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and quaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and ends blurred, yes, like waves.
현재 시각 03시 21분. 이미 시작되었군.
My time to sweep.
이 시간에 버스 밖에 있었던 건 처음 아닌가요?
잠시 외곽에 발을 들였을 때도 새벽 4시를 넘겼었으니 두 번째가 맞겠군요.
Honestly, I also feel like overall this scene and them surviving makes the sweepers feels not that strong. Like, I guess mild distortion detective spoilers, but they also bring up like the sweepers and the you know, the danger of being outside at night. But there the goopers actually went so far and made like debatable life choices just so they would not be on the street. Then you see 12 sinners just going, it's punching time.
당시에는 외곽이라 신경 쓸 필요 없었습니다만.
이제야 쓰레기들이
hate this man so much. Before I played to this BokGak, I forgot that this man existed. I was happier.
내가 이 순간을 얼마나 기다렸다고.
그래서 뭘 어쩌겠다는 거지. 청소부들이 금기라도 어기고 네 놈을 돕는다고?
아직도 핵심을 못 잡고 있군. 정신 나간 보란말이.
Okay, but why are you so rude?
자로 준비해둔 곳으로.
뭐야? 말만 번지르르 하게 하고선 저거 말하려고 온 거야?
Indeed, Shia clothed us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief.
이해가 안 되는군. 마치 청소부들이 자기를 도울 것이라고 생각하는 듯한 말투였나.
You are so smart, Ricardo. Faust?
네. 청소부는 거주 공간으로 밀고 들어오지 않습니다.
What if where we are standing is actually a residential area?
그게 무슨 소리야? 분명 벽도 있고 각자 방에 침상도.
Okay, have you seen the actual backgrounds that she used, Rodion?
벽이 좀 물감같이 물컹물컹하긴 했지만 녹기도 하지만.
It wasn't just Rodia who realized what was going on. Others all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the cajon had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Conversation came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they'd simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. And I mean, we are getting slightly ideas that are less human-like, with like the whole Albina ID and stuff like that. Having a sweep ID would also have been so fun. I would have liked it. I overall like the sweepers. Also, actually, you were not here. I was trying to get good content, but apparently the whole sweeper announcer, okay, I did not fully look to it, but I at least looked mostly to it. There's not one 6-7 sequence in all of their talk. Somebody that wrote their dialogue was very cautious, is all I'm saying, and I'm upset that I did not find a 6-7. But maybe I have a bit more luck here. I agree.
어떻게 된 건가요?
This is, okay, it was, you know, sometimes you need to stoop low for content, and also, what can I say? You should play Musty. I wanted to send a 6-7 his way for once.
이게 말이 되냐? 머리에 청소부 따위가.
Also, I will give you, like, this has so much aura. Imagine if the sweepers would actually be a threat though.
이 물결을 직접 맞아보는 거.
왜 기대가 된다는 듯이 말씀하시는 거예요? 아니 그보다
확실한 것부터 정하지. 확실한 건
We will fight together tonight.
이대로 가만히 있으면 우리가 청소될 거라는 점.
I agree, my man. And we really needed that to be voiced over. Midnight? Okay. I was scared because there was a Steam pop-up for friends starting a game and it just died while the game was loading. I did stop spoiling Distortion Detective. Okay, now we can just go back to the old usual. Get our... Man.
교류회. 설레네요.
I should get rid of the 6-7 emote. Now this is my favorite combat encounter. That you love sweepers in Wuna, then you will love this. To be fair, in Wuna they were kinda more garbage. Man, why could you not be useful, Mr. Honglu? Well, I guess we could run the just for the... Nah, it's not worth it.
그래. 네가 왔다.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
Are you telling me they are resistant to plant? That would be sad. I think the sweepers in Wuna are pretty unfun. But I love when I just fight tanky waves of enemies. Man, I miss Wuna. Okay, it's simple. First I play all of Arknights. Then I finish like 3 different JRPGs. And then we just look for a good Wuna mod. They surely need to exist somewhere. I will give you... I like the soundtrack of this fight. Clear Obscura. I feel like I want to play Clear Obscura sometime in my off time. I mean, I started it, but I need to get back at it when I ever feel like I should not spend my time on other things. Man, you cannot punch my man.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하네. 기억이 좀 났나?
The only sad part is now okay, but this is a beautiful enemy resonance, but now I have to play the video game, which some people would say is kinda sad. Yeah, it's... I don't know how they really can not spend too much effort at rebalancing the BokGak fights, but turns out I think they need to do more than just put like red coins on some skills or something like that.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고
I kept me
나머지
awake
녀석들도 처형한다.
until 3 AM today. I mean, is it really Ark's fault or is it your fault? Actually, I guess we're saving that. I can't believe the game tricked me into actually playing the video game. Well, as long as you guys had fun, I kinda slept terribly because today is like basically nice national holiday because it's the 1st of May and it's finally spring and everything. And then what my village decides is, you know what? Loud music on the streets, 8 AM, that's a banger. Why would people want to use their work-free day to sleep? I mean, I feel like it's a bit of waste, but it's beautiful. So what's your all's favorite color, and is it purple? Honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about that in the Mirror Dungeon. I will now need to listen to sweeper voices. Especially since I guess middle team will probably be one of the more meta teams of how many good ego gifts they just have. Like, we have now 2 packs for this, which is middle ego gifts. We changed the music, let's go, we did the thing! It's gonna be an awful chain though. Where was it going with? I forgot, I was so supposed to actually do the feature. Oh yeah, there's just so many good ego gifts, and now if you go for a floor 15 one, you can kinda guarantee the Ricardo fight, more or less, I would say, which means tier 4 ego gift for the middle there. There's this middle seek with the boss. There's just a lot of... Like, even the tier 4 plant ego gift is like directly matching the middle. They're eating so good. Like, there's also the charge ego gift in, like, forgot the name. But yeah, in the Vein in the Valo. Warp, that's the Warp Veins. What was this called? I forgot. Murder on the Warp Express. That one. Good job, Limer. I mean, it has also like a baller ego gift for the middle, basically, because they have like on Clash Win with an envy skill give like envy fragility, which beautiful for them. Also, Masi, did you ever ask your neighbors what the hell they're actually doing? How do they keep twilling forever?
감상은 어떤가요? 퇴장 시간이 되었다.
Twilling, okay. Yeah, no, it's just fun. I get it.
항상 좀 쩔었는데. 저희 영감을 일깨워 주신다며. 이거 분강 맞지?
Well, I guess they at least stop twilling during your streaming times.
이제야 친해졌네요.
나가봐라! 의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
Right, get kicked. I really wonder what the hell they're gonna put on like the Otis ID. Like, middle has been kinda eating so good already. You know, instead of using egos, this is sus, I guess I'm using my counter. Don't speak with them unless I have the misfortune of meeting them while going to pick up my food. Fair enough. I guess it's a very different thing in the city and in the village. But it sounds smooth of them. Have you considered also just to start twilling? But, you know, instead of twilling, like, get a nice hammer going. Hammer for the, like, in the evenings. Just attack back. Nothing could go wrong. Don't take my advice serious. Whatever you hear from a streamer on Twitch, you should not follow. But you should listen to me for political advice and how to invest your money.
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘.
제2파 종료.
제3파.
Yeah, we are struggling so much, guys. The battle was long and cooling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave.
형님, 죄송하게 되었습니다. 형님이 나서지 않게 저희끼리 해결했어야 하는데.
It's fine, it's fine. It's kinda Ricardo's fault too.
아니야. 남부에서 갑자기 불러 들어왔는데 이만치 복잡한 H사를 안내해 준 걸로 넌 할 거 다 했어.
So what's up with all the Chinese people having German names in my video games?
청소부를 맞닥뜨릴 줄 알았겠냐? 너라도.
If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? Guess Sanglu wasn't too off the mark.
이거 이때까지의 경험이 없었으면 진작 갔겠는데요.
You're saying it. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. Been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless sort of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course.
근데 이거 세 번째는 어떡할 거냐?
We are fine, nobody died yet. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had a third wave to survive.
세 번째 파도까지 끝난 뒤에 반드시 집행해 주겠다.
You know, the narrative falls a bit more flat if I'm not threatened in my combat gameplay encounters.
이런 상황에서도 협력이라는 단어 하나조차 말하지 않는군요.
그야 당연.
No. The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly began to shift violently.
잠깐. 이거 왜 이래?
There they go.
그 건물들이 움직이고 있어요.
What's happening?
제가 팜플렛 좀 읽으라고 말했죠.
Okay, unironically, Ishmael, I do love you reading pamphlet, and I'm basically Ishmael. I'm the person that reads and is annoyed that nobody else reads. But you need to realize at this point, just say the goddamn information out loud instead of complaining that nobody reads.
H사는 주기적으로 건물들이 움직여요. 이런 방식일 줄은 저도 몰랐지만.
다행히 저희가 있는 건물에는 큰 변동이 없어 보입니다, 관리자님.
As soon as wood is finished, an abandoned building suddenly shuddered violently from the ground, rising a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline.
이것도 명부에 적어둘 테다.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's Sage Corp's fault. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. The henchmen of the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening?
건물의 이동으로 인해 저희가 있는 지역의 파도가 확연히 작아진 것으로 파악되는군요. 단테, 이건 기회입니다.
Thank you, City, for keeping us alive.
뭐가 뭔지 모르겠지만 귀찮은 스토커 새끼들도 떼어냈고.
이 정도라면 버틸 수 있을지도 몰라요.
I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만
Okay, this is very fast. Spartan. Beautiful.
그래, 내가 왔다.
I guess at some point I should at least use the ego. We've had I cannot now pronounce it. This sleeping bag ego could go wild for just some points. How long this combat encounter actually is. But it's a bit too late for that. I'm sorry I have it equipped.
한 줄 지워주지.
And they stop reviving, please.
급이 안 맞는 싸움도 꽤 재밌다고 생각했는데 이게 구경하는 입장에선 몰라 애매하네.
Yeah, I do get it here, but might be boring if you're overpowered.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
But hey, that's the last encounter of this intervalo. And to be fair, I'm the talk at the end was kinda neat. What is next on the roadmap? I think we're next supposed to basically get the new railway, right?
쟤 뒤진 게 아니라 쓰러진 김에 자고 있는데?
He's playing the music again.
카메라 앞에서 걸리지
What an idea.
말라고.
신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이었다.
I guess the sweepers did not have flat coins back when they did there.
이제야 친해졌네요.
장군에서 샀지. 내가 알아서 처리
되겠냐고요.
Come on, sus explode.
일어나. 아직 11번에 죽어야 한다고.
One last man.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만
Beautiful.
늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Beautiful.
불에 더 키워.
It always cracks me up to just see like one more man approaching.
나쁘지 않아요.
Chain battle is the most hilarious thing to ever exist.
좋아. 장부에서 샀지.
We did it. We've played the video game.
자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간.
Was that the last of them?
현재 시각 04시 24분. 뒷골목의 밤은 10분여 남았습니다만 제3파도의 물결이 끝났으니 이제는 한숨 돌릴 수 있겠군요.
건물의 재배치도 끝난 것 같군요. 기존 상태로 안정화되었습니다.
Now it's time for ominous
전부 막을 것
dialogue.
같습니다. 관리자님.
To be fair, I overall still like the characters.
끝나냐?
The sinners all collapse to the ground from exhaustion. There's a cache in here, but it's gone now, despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions. There wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, so we had just all awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed.
아, 꼼짝없이 녹아버리는 줄 알았다고. 아유, 샀겠구만.
그 머리에 집착하는 변태놈이 처음에 없었으면 우리도 힘이 딸렸겠지. 아, 이걸 고마워해야 하나.
Yeah, we should all be friends and make up.
직접
Yay.
받아내면 결국 이 정도일 뿐인가.
이들을 아시는가, 류주군?
말 들어보.
이들에게 나는 피의 냄새.
She also wants to slurp the Fanta.
제법 옅었지만 아니야. 생각하지 않는 편이 좋겠네.
왜? 좀 더 파봐.
Search your emotions, young Padawan.
스쳐 지나가려던 발상을 붙잡지 않으면 창의는 죽어버릴 텐데.
생각하지 않겠다고 했어. 재촉하진 않았으면 좋겠군.
멋대로 해라. 재미없는 것.
Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Yusha and Don Quixote, words were indeed unnerving, but we have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Chihua.
순순하게 말하지. 놀랍군.
He really should not just still show up. At this point, he must realize we can sustain him, right?
당연히 청소될 줄 알았는데 말이지.
Shia must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. Mao Branch and Cedar were both approaching us in an intimidating gait, but contrasted with their earlier passivity. That's why he needs to perish.
관리자님, 짧은 주기로 피로도가 높은 전투가 너무 잦았습니다.
I feel like we're doing fine. I don't know what you're speaking of.
모르나 가능하면 이 전투는 피하는 것이 좋습니다.
될 것 같냐?
I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They're barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. I might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up.
뭐 본전은 이러한 상황까지 예측하고 있었지. 전부 청소되지 않으면 마무리를 하면 될 뿐이니까.
Please make him stop.
완벽한 무대지. 앞으로 남은 10분간 청소부는 물론이고 아무도 이곳을 찾지 않는다. 왜냐? 뒷골목의 밤이 끝나지 않았으니까.
Hey, I really needed that smoke, okay? You don't get it.
귀찮게 굴던 중지놈도 없어졌군.
니놈 어디서부터 꾸민 거지?
The best plan is to just keep pretending everything is according to plan.
어디서부터? 당연히 처음부터다. 내 놈들의 이동 경로를 막은 그 공사판부터 말이지. 내 놈 회사의 그 어리숙한 무지렁뱅이 놈을 속여 성도 없는 경도를 붙인 것도, 삼도끼 사무소에 의뢰를 넣어 내 놈들에게 결투를 신청한 것도.
Man, you could have at least, hired some better people. Come on.
내 놈들의 위치를 실시간으로 다른 세력에게 전달한 것도 전부 내가 꾸몄지.
Look at me, I'm so evil and scheming. Muhahaha. And look, we're still standing.
주거 허가도 받지 못한 이 쓰레기 숙소도 내가 직접 기술자들을 매수해 꾸몄지.
Q-Corp mentioned, yippee! Will we ever learn more about Q-Corp? No. I see.
내가 생각해도 너무 완벽한 계획이었어.
Yeah, it's all going according to my plan. Sadly, you have no end game.
어때? 대단하지? 너무 총명하지?
You have bested me in all aspects of life. I knew before you.
역시 다음 가주의 자리는 본자가.
어리석구나. 그 말만은 입에 담지 말았어야지.
Let's go. An actual good character. Unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow way of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide open eyes remained frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks toward us, in step with the thwip of the blood.
설마 같이요?
Hi, brother.
역시 있었잖아. 붙어먹은
경도의 목을 어째서 당신?
Man, you know, he did his job.
주인을 버리고 도망쳤으니 다시 목줄을 채우라 가져왔다.
죽은 뱀이 있어요.
Let's go, my favorite high shoe.
두어라. 불어 우리가 쫓아낼 이유도 없지.
무슨?
그저 저들을 방해나 하라고 흑수를 부리게 해준 것을. 그래. 목줄을 받아 들어보니 다시 사씨에게 붙는 것이 득이 되겠다 생각이 들더냐.
Ah, but it's all according to his plan, right?
모든 것을 알고서.
모든 것은 무엇까지를 말하는 것이냐. 주군의 알매 비해 네 식견이 너무도 좁아 마땅히 파악하기 어렵구나. 뭐 네가 사씨 가문에게서 버려졌다며 주군께 힘을 빌려달라고 한 것이
It's also,
거짓이라는 걸 말한다면야.
I mean, there's a chance that, like, we're gonna see more of them in the story overall, but I kinda said that we did not get an idea of her. I guess she's maybe not really that much of a combatant, but still.
물론 알고 있다만.
살려줘. 아니, 살려주십시오. 나만 긴히 알던 정보를 말해드리리다. 사씨 가문에서는
Okay, what does Frau know?
부식감이 있는
Wait. I guess he did know at least a little bit, huh? Right, your thumb will not be a problem. Turns out Li Heng is also kinda weak. But Shiyua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the Emperor and separated his head from his torso with ease.
이화여, 말함이 있어 구차함이 없도록 힘쓰라. 그렇게 말했거늘.
주군, 이만하면 기대한 만큼의 정보를 얻은 듯하네요.
Yay! Happy end!
뱀은 쫓지 않아도 된다, 자로.
Forgot about the snake actually. Fair enough. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yuha's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing up in the clouds or blades of grass. Okay, it did my... Oh, that's... Okay, I love the sound cutting off there. He picked up Yuha's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod.
아, 여기 있어요. 간이 보존 붕대라면 당분간 그 머리통이 썩어 뭉그러지지는 않겠죠.
And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention.
너희는 자리가 무마되면 돌아오도록.
명령.
잠깐만. 당신.
He just did. Come on, Xishun. He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. Just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying two decapitated heads. Well, we did it. Now it's time for having just a nice feast with Xishun. He's so happy about his hair coupons. This is gonna make me sad.
얘들아, 철수다. 오늘은 이
Things weren't looking any better. I could instantly tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongyan so far.
주군께서 이들을 쓰러뜨리라 남기시지는 않았을 터고.
Exactly, we are all friends.
그래, 우선 예의에 걸맞게 이름을 밝히는 편이 낫겠구나. 자공이라 부르게나. 주군, 치유 스승께 가르침을 받는 제자에 불과한 몸일세.
Nice to meet you, I'm a clock. My lord, Master Qiu. Somehow, I was reminded of the discussion Qing Tao refused to finish. That's not ominous.
그리고 저건 뒷골목에선 몇 개월 전부터 돌고 있는 노래입니다. 여기서 말하긴 이 자리가 좋지 않군요. 기회가 되면 말씀드리리다.
Man, he lied to us. Name's Dante. I'm the manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instantly knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier.
관리자 단테라고 이름을 말하시는군요.
그래, 솔직하여 좋구나. 자로여, 묘는 잠시 몇 걸음 물러도 좋을 것 같아. 이들과 당장 겨룰 일은 없겠어.
Yay. There they go. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us.
자, 이제 그대들과 대화할 의향은 충분히 보였을 거라 생각한다만 자리를 맺을 정도의 이야기는 들려주는 편이 후일을 도모하기에 좋을 테니 멋대로 질문해 보시게나.
So, would you press the red or the blue button?
당신들
That's when Shun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence.
뒷골목에서 수상쩍은 노랫말이 들린다 했더니 당신들 이야기였어?
Hey, you know, it's good to have your fans.
그 노랫말 진짜야?
아, 그런 것을 묻는구나. 가시 가문의 시춘. 화술에는 능할지언정 근심과 걱정이 많은 자라 하였던가.
And how nice.
과연 큰일을 도모하기에는 그릇이 많이 작구나.
왜? 나서지 마. 반박할 수 있는 말이 있었다면 내가 있을 거야.
You know, I also think I'm trash.
사이화. 그놈은 당신 들이붙였지.
비슷하지만 조금 다르구나. 그는 사시 쪽에서 주군께 붙인 끈아풀이었지.
No, it was just a nice way to get rid of him.
품행이 얕아 도리어 사시의 뜻을 들춰볼 기회가 있을 듯하여 흑수를 붙여줬지만 막상 힘을 쥐어보니 스스로가 사시를 대표할 후보가 될 수 있을 거라 여긴 게지.
이용했다는 거네.
Like, you know, we just asked him a simple question.
그가 우리를 이용하려 했듯이 깊이가 조금 달랐을 뿐. 그렇지 않겠느냐?
이제 우리는 어떻게 되는 거지? 죽일 심사는 아닌 것 같은데.
I'm thinking about it.
아무것도. 그저 그대들 하려는 대로 하시게나.
경쟁자를 이렇게 놔주겠다고?
Yeah, come on, he knows he is winning.
이상하구나. 여기 어디에도 경쟁자 같은 건 보이지 않는데.
She could have started at least a bit more friendly and less condescending. Then, why did you order Yuhao to attack us? You said yourself, not even your rivals.
그럼에도 이화에게 림버스 컴퍼니에 대한 습격을 지시한 이유를 묻고 있군요.
두려워하나 배우려 하는구나. 하지만 어질지는 못하니. 주군께서는 늘 말하셨지. 곤경에서 깨닫는 것이 없다면 그 이상 논할 가치도 없을 것이라고.
There's some wisdom in that. Cannot teach a fool. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Qigong left me with only a passing comment before she passed past us.
이만하면 마무리를 맺어도 되겠어.
Goodbye.
지금처럼 그대들은 이렇게 테두리 안에만 남아 있어주면 좋겠구나. 커다란 도화지에 그려둔 그림에 의도치 않은 먹이 튀는 건 자칫 불쾌한 일이니.
With that, Qigong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Sealing the countless hydrae that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. I looked around just in time to see Orders collapse while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jiexun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and we were tending to her wounds. And me, who somehow survived to all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. Day breaks.
그렇게 됐었어. 오빠는 죽어 있어서 몰랐겠지만.
And now it's time to conquer China.
그 치우 형님이 그랬구나.
Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. We also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jiexun, with whom we shared our destination.
혹시 고민하는 표정을 짓는 법을 까먹은 건 아니지?
Ah, come on, he just has too much Botox in his face.
어떻게 이런 이야기를 듣는데도 표정이 같아?
그럴 리가.
우리 가문 사람들은 항상 다 이래. 오빠도 분명히 뭔가 속에 감추고 있을 테고. 나한테 꿍꿍이가 있으면 지금 말해. 적이 될 사람하고 휘적휘적 걸어다닐 시간은 없으니까.
Okay, but what if we would be friends?
항상 말했던 것 같지만 나는 가주 자리에는.
알았어. 그 말이 거짓말이더라도 당장 과제를 위해서 준비해온 것도 없다는 걸 아니까.
Actually, I bought this clock.
그럼 대신에
Jiexun, who was chatting with Honglu methodically, slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she was executing steps of a plan.
당신 오빠네 세력의 수장이지? 그때 얘기하려던 건 말인데.
I guess I do for now, I guess. Earlier, was this about our conversation back at the Kashan?
아, 오빠 와서 번역 좀 해줘.
아, 그럴 것도 없이 단장님은 당연히 우리의 관리자님이셔.
Glory to our manager.
좋아, 그럼 제안할게. 가주 쟁탈전에서 나의 세가에 합류해. 너희가 나를 돕는 거야.
I mean, sure, you're cute. What? It's a... Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that? Am I allowed to make my own decisions?
안 될 이유라도 있어? 너희는 청소부도 버텨낸 세력인데다. 너희도 이대로 본가에 가는 게 목표라고는 했는데 거기서 뭘 할지는 아직 정해지지 않은 모양이고 오빠는 본인이 가주가 될 생각도 없으니까.
You are not wrong.
그렇다면 그냥 나를 성공적으로 가주로 만들면 되잖아? 나는 다른 오빠 언니들 같은 성격은 아니라서 은혜와 원수는 반드시 갚는다고. 못 믿겠다면 서류라도.
Can we do that, Faust?
파우스트는 적어도 가시춘 씨의 이야기에 흠결은 없다고 판단합니다. 이대로 동맹인 자를 한 날개의 정점에 앉히는 것은 림버스 컴퍼니에게도 큰 힘이 될 테니까요.
I guess so. And I don't see any reason to refuse the offer. Who has been listening in our conversation boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation related to Jiexun.
좋아. 원래 이렇게 협력을 다짐하는 날엔 푸짐한 만찬과 함께 암달을 다짐한다고 했어. 내 은자를 풀게. 중앙에
Let's go,
가까워지면
me
뒷전에서
food.
식사와 의논을 해보자고. 단테 냈지? 잘 부탁해.
Let's... I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jiexun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost torn to shake her hand in return. When I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end after the banquet. Walked out of the cashier to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road.
이야, 아니 매번 타고 다녀서 별 생각 없었는데.
It's beautiful.
이렇게 서 있으니까
Nah.
질감이 장난이 아니구만.
너희 평소에 이런 걸 타고 다녀?
Don't you love our magic school bus?
무사하셔서 다행이네요, 여러분.
Yeah, not thanks to you. Southern Pilot walked out from inside the bus.
그 일이라는 건 잘 끝낸 거야?
그게 먼저인가? 잘 들어. 네 놈의 후임이 저지른 꼬라지가
Ah, you know, it was fate.
네, 파우스트 씨에게 이미 보고를 들었습니다. 파일럿?
네.
It's time for him to kneel down. By the way, he's already stepping forward. He probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sauder.
죄송합니다, 여러분. 소탕 작전만 해보다가 이런 정보 작전은 처음 겪어서.
Fair, fair. So it's basically the company's fault.
바꾸면 어떻게 한다고 했죠?
죄송합니다. 경도라는 인물이 접근해 와서 생각도 못한 계획을 말해주길래 선배님들이 생각하지 못한 방법으로 해결할 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 자만했었습니다.
Yippee!
저도 죄송해요. 막내라면 충분히 실수할 수 있는 부분이라는 걸 간과했죠. 사이좋게 심할서를 쓰겠군요.
That sounds like fun. You're both getting disciplined for this.
결과적으로 LCB 팀이 무사했으니 큰 징계는 아닐 거예요.
They just won't have a holiday.
정도는 사실상 무급으로 일하겠네요.
What do you mean unscathed and losing like pay for half a year? Excuse me? In this economy?
감봉으로 끝나면 다행이죠.
다음엔 반드시 성장해서 여러분들의 도움이 되는 사람이 되겠습니다.
At least he's sincere.
네, 그래야죠, 파일럿. 그럴 수밖에 없게 만들어 드릴게요. 힘내보자고요. 제 휘하에서는 결코 실수로 죽거나 잘리는 일이 없게끔 만들 거니까요.
Yeah.
그러고 보니 이거 중요한 거라 소드도 알아둬야 할 것 같은데 앞으로 우리가 어떻게 하기로 했냐면
안 그래도 그 말씀을 전달드리려고 했어요. 방금 LCA에서
Honestly, they could have at least told us like a day earlier, right? Sauder produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it.
LCB는 H사의 중앙에 도달하는 대로 가주 심사의 후보자로 참가하라.
안 그래도 그럴 참이었어. 이 버스 팀이라는 세력은 이제 나를
참가자는 다음의 수감자로 한다. 6번 수감자.
Yay! What? The end.
뭐?
Exactly. Workstation.
이런 게 어디 있어? 야, 너희들 당장 방금 먹었던 거 뱉어내! 야!
I'm sorry, okay? I wonder... I mostly could have worked out... Would it have worked out if, like, from the start saying we are just working for Kishun? It's like... I feel like it wouldn't even have changed that much, right? Would it? I mean... We could have still brokered a deal to basically get the golden bow in exchange for our services, most likely, right? And otherwise I feel like it was would have mostly played out the same way. Why? I don't know. But yeah, that is the whole intervallo. Yippee! It is a BokGak of all time. Man, I just realized like, the Twining Threads BokGak will also be like kinda stay like this one. Like, overall, I do enjoy the intervallos more that do further the story directly. But on replay, at least the more standalone stories do work so much better. But hey, we got Ricardo, that's something. And I think I'm just ending it here, as anybody I actually know streaming, otherwise I will just say, meh, it's late for me. I'm an old hack. I guess I did. You know, we can quickly read them. But yeah, thanks for watching. Tomorrow will be roleplay. Sunday will be some nice Guild Wars. We might getting, or the next, actually we will just do all missions, baby. That's gonna be fun. And maybe Monday then more Stronghold Protocol. So yeah, that's it. Bye bye and thanks for watching.